Dr. Butzer, you right. Good morning. Bonjour. If everyone could take their seats, please. Good morning and welcome to this first Environment Committee meeting of 2016. I would like to point out that it was pretty much exactly 5 years today, in a similarly snowy February day, the Transportation Committee spent a considerable amount of time debating a momentous project, what turned out to be the Laurier Bike Lanes pilot project, which went on to become a very successful project for the city. I'd like to take that as a good omen here 5 years later on an equally snowy day, though feel free to not have the meeting go until 8 o'clock this evening. All right. So I'd like to start with some opening remarks. As this is the first meeting of 2016, briefly reviewing what we accomplished last year and looking forward to the coming year. And then we will go through our consent agenda and move through the items in the order originally proposed. Alors, bonjour à tous. Looking back, 2015 was a very busy year, and this committee dealt with a number of important environmental issues, including ensuring that the term of council priorities reflect the need to protect our natural resources and to sustainably support the planned growth of the city. We, through that process, set a practical framework to guide the development of a new rate structure for water, wastewater, and stormwater services, and for reviewing a new energy investment strategy to reduce the city's environmental footprint. When we met this time last year, I spoke about this committee being a symbol of the collective responsibility of all residents of Ottawa to protect and improve the health of our environment. Lorsque nous sommes réunis à la même époque l'an dernier, j'ai indiqué que ce comité était un symbole de la responsabilité collective qu'ont les résidents d'Ottawa de préserver et d'améliorer la santé de notre environnement. I spoke about our willingness around this table to listen to everyone's perspective and our desire to maintain our city's momentum from the last term of council. And I spoke about the challenges facing Ottawa, challenges like climate change, aging infrastructure, and the health of our rivers and streams. And now moving forward into 2016, there are still challenges, but there's also a renewed optimism and a desire to act. For the first time, Canada has a federal Minister of Environment and Climate Change, Catherine McKenna, who happens to be Member of Parliament for Ottawa Centre. So it's the first time we will have had in Ottawa a locally based Environment Minister. A few months ago, Minister McKenna took a leadership role in the negotiation and signing of the Paris Agreement to strengthen the global response to the threat of climate change. In addition to setting goals for countries, this historic document also calls upon cities around the world to reduce their emissions and to build up their resilience to the adverse effects of climate change. Given this context, it seems fitting that this year's first meeting will include an update on the city's air quality and climate change management plan. Challenge ahead of us? Well, the climate challenge is far from the only issue this committee has on its agenda, as important as that may be. Le changement climatique est loin d'être le seul dossier à l'ordre du jour du comité pour 2016. In the coming months, this committee will continue to play an important role in environmental issues. We will receive reports on the new rate structure that will support needed infrastructure renewal in a way that is both fair and stable. And I should preface that by saying there will be considerable public consultations coming up throughout the city in the next few months prior to our making any decision on that work. We will be receiving reports on a water environment strategy to align and coordinate city programs to protect the health of Ottawa's rivers, creeks, and streams. We will receive annual reports on the state of our drinking water, source water, and wastewater systems that allow us to safeguard the health of our residents and our natural environment. As always, this committee looks to members of council, staff, and members of the public to assist us in our work. Environmental issues affect us all, and it will take all of us working together to make a difference. Les questions environnementales nous touchent tous, et nous devrons unir nos efforts pour changer les choses. So without further ado, let's get to work today. The first item, I will pause actually at this time to remind members that members of the public who are here, perhaps for the first time, you do have the opportunity to sign up to speak. If you're interested, you will do just as the gentleman to my right appears to be doing right now at that desk, to be signing up on a sheet there. You will then be placed in the order of those who are already signed up to speak to specific agenda items. It is my job as chair to remind you of a few things. One is I may need to rule on whether what you're saying is relevant to that item. I hope I won't have to, but I may be prepared to rule comments out of order if in fact they are straying from the agenda item. I know that environmental issues are big and important, but we do deal with them one at a time as agenda items, and we do try to focus comments to that agenda item. Also, the usual rules of, so those are 5-minute presentations, followed potentially by questions from members of the committee. And then finally, the rules of decorum. Much as we all like to hear cheering when we've said something that sounded really good, the rules are that there is neither cheering nor heckling. So if you like to hear cheering, I'm sure you don't like heckling. I rule both of those out of order. That was me being school ma'am. There we are. So let's start with communications. Yeah. Sorry. I've just been reminded of my own rules. First of all, do we have any declarations of interest? Seeing none. Confirmation of minutes from the previous meeting, 6th of Friday, 27th, Friday, 27th November 2015.
So moved.
Yep. Thank you. On here, communications. Communications, response to inquiries. We have standpipes on residential properties, and I was informed in advance that Councillor I know someone wants to hold this. Is Councillor Kadri wanted to hold this item, or we need to lift this item onto the agenda in order to have any discussions or questions, given that it was for information only? If we have the approval of, I guess, Councillor Moffat, you were going to move that?
On behalf of Councillor Kadri, who unfortunately is not sitting on the committee, I just have a motion to waive the rules of procedure pursuant to Section 89, Subsection 3 of the Procedure Bylaw, response to inquiry. Number EC 0415 be lifted from Environment Committee Agenda 7 for discussion at the Environment Committee meeting of Tuesday, February 16th, 2016.
Thank you. And is that carried? Okay. So we will deal with that. We will come back to that as the first item once we're through the consent agenda. Item number 1, status update, Environment Committee inquiries and motions for the period ending 9th of February 2016.
Carried.
Received. Thank you. Item number 2, semi-annual performance report to Council Q2 2015 and Q through 2015.
Chair, I had a couple of questions.
Okay.
2-3 questions. Do you want to hold, or do you want me to do it?
You might ask those now then.
Sure.
There's just specific staff. Yeah.
Perhaps Mr. Weir will be able to. On page 25 of the report, measure number 10, it deals with, in the last paragraph, less than optimal conditions. Diversion rates slowly decreased, possibly attributed to the less than optimal conditions. What are those?
It's Chair, through you to the councillor. It's speaking to the leaf and yard collection and the tonnage that we're collecting as part of that program. Last year may not have been quite as good for the generation of leaf and yard. There were periods of dryness and heat and things like that that weren't perfect conditions for the generation of leaf and yard, and so resulted in a reduction in that area.
Okay, so it's just the weather conditions.
Yeah, just environmental conditions.
Environmental conditions. Okay. Table 10, page 26. Is there there's a provincially mandated 60% diversion rate. Is that correct?
Chair, through you, there was a target that had been established. It may have started out a little bit more strongly felt at that when it was initially tabled, but it has progressed to being simply a target at this point and not a regulatory requirement.
So there are no sanctions?
No, there are none.
No. Okay. On page 27, measure number 11, do we have any idea of how, well, I understand how many, the tonnage of blue box and black box, through audit, how much blue box and black box and organic waste is not being diverted, is finding its way into the regular garbage stream, landfill?
Chair, through you to the council, yes, we carried out audits on the residential and multi-residential areas, and we have received that four-season report that indicates the amount of materials that aren't in the correct bag, if you will, are being either included as garbage or et cetera, as opposed to being deposited in either the blue, black, or green bin.
So where is that?
We've received a report. We have a report. I'd be pleased to share that with you.
Okay, thank you. And my only other question is, what additional information is being gleaned from measures 13 and 15? I see the subtleties, but both measures 13 and measures 15 are very similar. What?
Chair, I'm afraid I can't respond to those. I think those measures fall more to the Infrastructure Services Department as they deal with asphalt tenders, so I'm not in a position to be able to provide comment.
And that doesn't fall under, but that falls under our committee, doesn't it? But
yes, it does.
But it's ISD.
Yes.
Okay. Is there anyone here who can? No? That's fine.
Chair, if you like, I'd be prepared to sort of make sure that Infrastructure Services gets a chance to speak to the councillor on those questions, those items.
Thank you, Mr. Ware. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Cloutier. If there are no other questions on this item, then is that carried? Carried. Thank you. All right. Item number 3, Air Quality and Climate Change Management Plan 2015-2018, Supporting Initiatives and Renewable Energy Strategy Update. We have a presentation on that item, so we'll hold that one. Item number 4, Source Water Protection, Implementation Update and Annual Report. Sorry, just checking if we have speakers. No on that. Councillor Brockington, you have a question you want to ask us now?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in reading the report, I asked myself, what are the risks I need to be aware of so I, as a member of council, can be assured that we are providing the oversight and the necessary review to keep this, to give me the assurances we're on the right track. If I look at page 5, right in the middle, it talks about the policy guidelines recommend a few things: higher frequency of inspection and cleaning to monitor the condition of sewers, proactive renewal program, high grade of pipes. Is that basically the new initiatives or the new focus that staff would like to take going forward to ensure that we are mitigating those risks? Or are there any other risks that staff should flag now just to make sure we've covered off everything?
Chair, through you to the councillor, there were a number of risks that were brought forward to Environment Committee in the previous term as part of the approval process for the source water protection plans. Again, I'd be pleased to review with you some of those. I think many of those policy summaries are touched upon in document number 3. But they are very truncated or brief explanations. Again, I'd be pleased to sort of meet with you and go through some of those risks that have been identified and need to be mitigated over through the source water protection plans.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Thank you. On this item, then, is that carried? Thank you. Item 5, residential protective plumbing program. Did we have a short presentation on that one? Seem to recall. Yeah, we'll have a short presentation.
At committee's pleasure, we have prepared one if you wish.
That's right. Yeah, we've got questions, and I know we have a speaker, so let's hold that item for that. Item 6, comments on the proposed Waste-Free Ontario Act and draft strategy for a waste-free Ontario, building the circular economy. We do have one speaker registered to speak to that, so we'll hold that item. Which takes us to item 7. We're into motions. That, of course, will be held and dealt with. And we have many speakers signed up on item 7. Right. Do we deal with information previously distributed now, or just? Yeah. Information previously distributed. Item A, collection of fruits and nuts from city-owned trees. That's as noted in the agenda. Okay. Thank you. So we will return then to first held item number 3, to the inquiries, standpipes on residential properties. Councillor Kadri, I believe you had some questions to start.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good morning. Just coming back to this inquiry that was put by myself, seconded or passed or put on the table by Councillor Leeper at the time, regarding the standpipes in laneways, in terms of the suburban area especially. They've created some issues for the residents, and we did the inquiry. The staff responded, suggesting that one of the items that the standpipes do cause is service request by the residents, where they have to be set back into their proper position or into their original position. There are 2 ways of doing that. One is to have either city staff come out and do that at a cost to the resident, and the second is obviously the resident does that themselves by taking a rubber mallet and hitting it a couple times and putting it back into place. The issue with those, with the second item, is the fact that if the standpipes break while the resident is performing that work, that would cost more money for the city to come out, excavate the area, and reset the standpipe or reconnect the standpipe. Standpipe, for those of you that may be listening in the audience, is the pipe that controls the water supply from city service into your home, and city has full control of that service. It is a city-owned item, and city, like I said, has full control of it. So during this inquiry, staff went back and found out that out of 2, 4, 6 Ontario municipalities, including Ottawa, we were the only municipality that was charging a service fee of $126 to recorrect that standpipe. Other municipalities like Markham, Toronto, Peel, Kingston, Hamilton do not apply a service charge to that particular function. So when I saw that and went back to staff, and staff did respond again on the inquiry to say in 2015 there were 50 households that requested that service for the city to come and do or perform, and from that they gained revenues of about $6,300. My concern as a resident of a suburban area and also in the suburban areas is that, to me, for the measly amount of, or not measly, but an amount of low amount of $6,300, we're charging the residents something that, to me, should be performed by the city on a regular basis. The other option to that standpipe situation is also, instead of placing it in the laneway, maybe we can look at going forward in the new development to place it in the landscape areas of the house so they don't create that issue. And the issue coming back to that standpipe is the fact that once it rises in a laneway, especially today's culture of having these snowplow companies come and plow that laneway, creates an issue for those companies and for the residents. So having said all that, Mr. Chair, what I'm asking the committee to approve, and Councillor Moffat on my behalf will put a motion forward, that the city go back, review this policy, and come back with a fulsome report on this item to this committee and to council in Q2 of 2016. So I'll turn the floor over to Councillor Moffat.
Councillor Moffat, please.
Thank you. I have no problem moving this. I used to deliver newspapers for the Ottawa Citizen, and many 4 a.m. I tripped over standpipes running from house to house in Barhaven. So, on behalf of Councillor Kadri, whereas the response to inquiry EC 04-15 standpipes on residential properties indicates that the current fee of $126 the City of Ottawa charges for adjustments to standpipes generates very little revenue for the city, $6,300 in 2015, and whereas staff has advised this fee was put in place in 2004 budget as part of the Universal Program Review's approach to charging user fees for some services that are not core to municipal operations, and whereas the response to inquiry further identifies that none of the other Ontario municipalities surveyed, Hamilton, Kingston, Peel, Toronto, Markham, that provide similar services for adjustments to standpipes on a residential property charge for those services. Therefore, be it resolved that staff be directed to review the relative cost-benefit for continuing to charge a fee for adjustments to standpipes in the City of Ottawa, given the relatively low demand and low revenues described, and report back to committee by the end of Q2 2016.
On that item, do we have any questions or debate on it? No? On that, yeah, it's a report on this motion for the report? Yeah. Is that carried then? Okay, thank you. Okay, this takes us to item number 3, the Air Quality and Climate Change Management Plan, where we do have a presentation. While that's being set up for anyone who has arrived in the last 10 or 15 minutes, if you had come with the intention of speaking, please register in advance, and you'll be asked to indicate which item you were speaking to and whether you support or oppose that motion or report.
Chair and committee, with me here today is Sally McIntyre, the manager of our Environmental Business Services program. Sally and her team of Environmental Policy and Programs group have been in charge of leading the department and the city's initiative in terms of air quality and climate change management plan, and in particular the renewable energy strategy, both of which are term of council priorities. So with that, I'm going to turn over to Sally to walk us through the presentation, and we'll go from there.
So thank you for this opportunity. The purpose of today is just simply to bring you up to date with where we're at with the...
Feel free to snuggle up to that microphone or let her rip.
D'accord. Okay, is that a proper volume for everyone? Good. So the purpose of today is to bring you up to date with where we're at with the Air Quality Climate Change Management Plan. We first adopted a plan in 2005, and in 2014 this Council adopted significant changes to the plan. The plan provides a 20-year framework, and it sets out new goals, objectives, performance measures, and targets, with one of the most significant ones being to reduce per capita emissions by 20% below 2012 levels by 2024. And we state in the plan that it should be updated every 5 years. So part of the plan identified a whole range of activities that Council could consider for implementation, with the idea that this term of Council you would set those priorities amongst that list of actions. And so you did that through the strategic plan. The Air Quality Climate Change Management Plan itself was identified as a priority, as well as a several number of other initiatives that would support implementation of the management plan. In total, roughly $1.8 billion of commitments were made that in some shape or form further the goals and objectives of the Air Quality Climate Change Management Plan. And to that end, there's a number of staff within the organization who have been working on implementation of those actions. That one? Okay, thank you. So, the next 3 slides identify those list of activities that were approved by Council, and I'm just going to flip through these, but you can get a sense that a lot of them relate to traffic demand management, and implementation of the city's new light rail system, which is to facilitate movement of people around the city and out of their cars, as well as the cycling improvements, another means of getting people out of their vehicles, and all of these to drive down community GHG emissions. As well, we have things related to mitigating the impacts of climate change on the community. For instance, managing our forest cover. It's really important that we protect forests. They themselves are carbon sinks. They also help to mitigate the impacts of severe wet weather events. So we also have the stormwater management retrofit master plan there. That are similarly designed to help address issues of the impacts of climate change, which we are all feeling at various times throughout the year. As well, there is the renewable energy strategy, which I'll be speaking to more specifically later in this presentation. And there are also a number of activities that were ongoing that did not require new additional funds. So, for instance, the Municipal Green Fleet Plan, the Green Checklist, the Electrical Vehicle Charging Station Project, all of these are on track and proceeding using existing funds. So one of the things that we were directed to do back in 2014 was to reassess the local improvement charge to finance home energy retrofits. This is a program that is permitted under provincial legislation. An amendment was made in 2012 that allowed municipalities to use local improvement charges to enable residents to conduct energy efficiency, renewable energy, and water conservation projects on their personal properties. In 2014, we had recommended against it, and the following reasons are still apply today. So the first reason is the commercial lending rates right now are not conducive to a municipality providing a commercially competitive rate with the private sector. Bank rates right now are very low, and particularly if you're able to secure a line of credit on your property, the rates that the city would offer are not competitive. There has been difficulties in obtaining mortgage lender consent. So when the city issues a line of credit, or enters into a local improvement charge agreement, part of that agreement dictates that the mortgager on that property sign off on this, and that the city has the rights to secure those funds primarily over the mortgager. And in jurisdictions where this has been implemented, and Toronto one in particular, 50% of applicants were denied this by their mortgager. There has been a lack of program demand and uptake from certain jurisdictions. Vancouver actually closed down their program because it was significantly less than what they had projected, and Toronto similarly has expanded its program in part because the initial pilot, they weren't able to expend the funds that they had budgeted within the small communities or the jurisdictions that they had made the program applicable for. It was 50% of what they had projected in way of uptakes. Obviously, if the city is providing the upfront funding for these capital projects on private properties, there's a cost to that the city would need to upfront. There's an administrative burden. We do not have the staff resources to administer these programs, so there would be an additional need to retain staff to administer the program. And lastly, surveys have indicated that homeowners are reluctant to purchase properties where there is a lien of some sort outstanding on the property. So these were the findings of 2014, and when we reviewed the situation again in the fall of 2015, we found the same results. So for this reason, going forward, we're looking to continue to monitor. I mean, things are ever-changing, and to consult with the federal and provincial governments on funding opportunities. There is a wind of change happening in both the provincial and federal levels. So there's an opportunity there to speak with our provincial and federal counterparts to see what opportunities there are moving forward. As well as we proceed with the renewable energy strategy, to continue to consider local improvement charge programs as a potential opportunity. In the short term, we would like to work with banks to say, hey, this is an opportunity for you to promote your lines of credit and other loan vehicles to support energy efficiency and retrofit installations, and ultimately to report back to Council in 2017. Now, with respect to the renewable energy strategy, as mentioned earlier, this was a specific initiative under the AQCCMP that received Term of Council support. The purpose is to advance energy conservation, energy efficiency, and the transition to renewable energy generated in Ottawa. The key with this energy strategy is that it must be developed with our community partners, because only 10% of the GHGs emitted in Ottawa are actually generated by the Corporation of the City of Ottawa. Fully 90% of GHG emissions are generated within and by the community, you and I in our own homes and commuting to and from work, and all the businesses and activities that are carried out in our city. So to achieve those objectives, the plan has to be developed with the community, and we have actively been working with the community, and in fact on March 3rd we'll be taking the next major step in conducting visioning on this. In November we held a scoping session with the community partners, and they identified the following priorities for us as indicators of success: that the city needs to take a leadership role, there's a need to increase energy literacy in the community, the strategy needs to be compelling and present a long-term vision, energy data is required for comparison purposes, and creative funding solutions should be explored. So all of these are areas that we're going to be pursuing. And in the next steps, as I mentioned, the March event will be looking at the vision. We're also going to be developing with community partners an engagement strategy. Who better than the community knows how best they want to be engaged with on this. So we're going to be working with the community to develop that stakeholder plan. And then again with community partners on developing an approach to communications. The city is one vehicle and one player who can provide communications and education, but there are so many more in the community who have communication tools at their disposal that we can use in partnership with them. And then also, lastly, a plan to address the research and funding needs. Some of these research needs may be dealt with at a provincial, federal level. What are the ones specific at the municipal level that we want to focus on and that will give us short-term gains that we will need and use in a meaningful way? And then how are we going to pay for those studies? So in short, this graphic summarizes where we're going forward with the renewable energy strategy. So as mentioned, March 3rd, we're having what I'm calling a sounding board visioning session. And then over the period, March through April, working with the community on developing that engagement strategy, the communications plan, and a research funding approach. Checking back in on it with the broader community in May, and then actually implementing that engagement strategy over the period June through October, which would be finished off in the fall by a sounding board session and release of a draft strategy by November. So with that, then we'd be returning to Environment Committee in Q1 of 2017. And that's that. So our key message is AQCCM is tracking well, and we'll provide you a next progress update in Q1 2017.
Thank you very much. As is our usual procedure at this point, we will hear from public delegations on this item, followed by questions to staff and debate among members of the committee. We have two delegations signed up for this particular item. Anthony Friend, followed by Chris Young. So is Mr. Friend here, I assume? Thank you. If you could please come to the microphone there. Welcome, Mr. Friend. Do you have any slides, or are you purely speaking to the microphone? Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. A reminder: you have 5 minutes.
Oh, I have 5 minutes. Okay. I just wanted to give you a little background about my credentials. I have been working on this issue of climate change for over 30 years. I've also been involved with the United Nations program in this area, and I have initiated certain things that we're referring to data and statistics, which is now taken over worldwide and accepted as a Canadian position. At that time, I worked for Statistics Canada, and I've since gone into teaching ecological economics at the University of Ottawa and other universities. The question I would like to raise is really directly to the Council itself, because the question of climate change is, of course, as you're fully aware, extremely complex. And what the municipalities can do is quite limited. However, I would like to just bring to your attention, and I know that many of you are aware of this, many of you have traveled to Europe, and have noticed how superbly the European cities, especially in Germany and to some extent in the UK and other European countries, Scandinavian countries, of course, Nordic countries, how well they manage the planning of their cities in such a way that, in fact, they achieve their objectives through planning itself. We don't do this in Ottawa. We have essentially failed in our planning system. We do not use a planning system to create the objectives that you intend to achieve through your various objects that you just presented. And I would like to point out to you, and I think this is very important to understand, that essentially as committee members, you're really reflecting the cultural values of the people that you represent. This is an issue that needs to be looked into, because I'm sure as individuals you have your own personal values, but you find yourself constrained by the fact that you're living within an institutional world, which some of these issues that you wish to achieve are very difficult to achieve because there are institutional constraints. Now, the real leadership in this area, of course, is political, and it comes out of the federal government. As we know, we've elected a new government which has a very different attitude towards climate change, and this is a very positive sign. This will help you, I think, in making your decisions, because a lot of this has to do with provincial and federal governments and their attitudes and the way they will finance the objectives that you intend to go through. What I would like just to leave a very short message, which I think is the only one that I wish to present here in my short period, here, the 5 minutes, and that is to take into account that in reality, the way to deal with the climate change is to integrate it absolutely and completely with the planning department and make no distinction, that the two have to be one and the same, and that the values that you want to express must be reflected in the actual decisions made in the planning acts itself. We have a framework for planning, that's true, the big plan that we have, but that is not sufficient. What you need to do, and I think this is what I wish to leave with you, is that you have to be tough, very tough, with respect to the people who do not agree with the objectives that you are doing, because these are basically the developers. They are in control of our urban environment. We've made terrible, terrible mistakes, and we need to correct them. It's rather late in the game, but we have not developed a planning system sufficient to really get the objectives that you wish to attain through your plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for the delegation? Councillor Leeper.
Thank you, Mr. Friendly. I suspect at some level that you're right, but the presentation isn't really helping me understand what is it about the integration of sustainability objectives with planning that you're not seeing? I mean, obviously our official plan speaks to the need for intensification, the need for transit, the need to focus our intensification around transit stations. And, you know, certainly in Kitchissippi, one of the tensions we see is that intensification is occurring sometimes in contravention of what the community may want. So it seems to me that we are, in fact, taking that into account in our planning. What is it specifically that you're missing? What would you change?
Thank you very much. I think this is an extremely good question because, in fact, the Planning Act of Ontario is, in fact, the frame within which the plans are created. The Planning Act of Ontario is a framework within which the plan is developed. It's the Act itself. The Act itself has certain elements which are very restrictive. And I think that what I would like to change is, first of all, the Planning Act itself, and then the way that the official plan is created has to have much more ambitious objectives and understanding of what it means when you have a more concentrated population in the center of the city. What are all the other factors that are involved? They're all integrated and they're all part of a very complex process. We're trying to take the huge urban spread and trying to bring it back into the center. It's not working. And I think we need, as councillors, have to bring this issue up constantly over and over again, that you feel frustrated by the fact that there are issues inside even in our zoning system. I mean, I've seen how people have, especially with these high condo developments. I live on Bessra Street. I've seen what's happened there. 23 stories, 28-story condos being built. The street itself is left like a back alley of Rideau Street. There's the most densely populated area of the city, and it will be more so when they build more of those high-rises. And we're treating that street like a back alley of Rideau Street. If you go to a European city where you do see high dense populations, you will see boulevards, you will see cafes, you will see there's an interaction between the street and the people who live in those high rises or in their high density populated communities. We need to understand that there is a relationship, that the street, the buildings, the whole city, the whole planning process needs to understand that these are primary conditions to achieve the objectives that you wish to achieve.
I tend to agree. It's interesting. I think in Chair Chernyshchenko's motion we'll be addressing some planning considerations, zoning considerations. It's interesting to me to take a look at the Toronto Green Standard with respect to how they're using site plan considerations maybe a little more progressively than we are. And I think it's going to be important for us to do that more and more, because intensification, to your point, will be a failure if people fail to want to live in our intensified communities. I thank you for your presentation, Mr. Friendly. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for this delegation? Thank you very much, Mr. Friend. Now call on Chris Young. Good morning. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to, thank staff for at least looking at the local improvement charge concept. By way of background, I sat on the board of the Ontario Sustainable Energy Association, the organization that formed the Green Energy Act in Ontario. I've appeared in front of the Ontario Energy Board as an expert, and also the Senate of Canada Natural Resources Committee on energy-related matters. So that's a little bit of my background. the local improvement charge concept, I think, transcends any sort of commercial banking arrangement that a normal resident would engage in. The purpose of the local improvement charge is to facilitate borrowing for very long sort of payback cycle initiatives that have a lot of bottom line impact to the residents. So the concept of matching the savings to the term of the loan goes beyond what commercial banks generally offer. It's tying the payback to the property tax. It extends, I'm going at this short notice, so forgive me if I ramble a bit, but the concept is to essentially take the lending process to the citizens and give them a venue that the banks generally won't go after. With the local improvement charge, yes, there is a lien on the property, but that payback either gets paid out at the sale of the property. So, for instance, a ground source heat pump situation where the payback tends to be about 15 years. Commercial lenders like to lend for 5 on home improvement charges. It opens up a whole new range of possibilities for contractors, for employment, that sort of ecosystem that gets created when you have a process in place for lending with qualified contractors and there's a level of confidence. So that's the sort of background to it. Where I think the opportunities lie, City of Guelph is going down this path where it's a revenue neutral to the city. Basically, the borrowing capacity of the city is extended down to the residences. The City of Guelph, my understanding is, has set it up so that it is self-funding, it's revenue neutral, and the impact is jobs within the local construction community. It's cost savings to the consumer, so there's more disposable income in the community, and also greenhouse gas savings in energy. When we talk about renewable energy, and Ontario in particular has a very clean grid, so the savings that we should be looking at should be focused on heating, which is really the next level of GHG emissions. Heating and transportation are the 2 key in this province. So whatever we can do to tie the 2 together is key. Where I would suggest an issue that the local improvement charge can really come to is making that sort of link between consumer initiatives and broader public policy. So how do we engage the public to do things that the city can't tackle on their own? You have to engage the community. Banks right now, you mentioned banks being reluctant to take a second position on a lien. Banks right now for commercial solar always defer with a non-disturbance agreement. This has been done, and because it's new, what we need to do as a city is to pressure the banks to step aside and let us do what citizens need to do to get the work done, because quite frankly, the banks aren't up to the task. They're in the way when it comes to it. I've put non-disturbance agreements in place on commercial solar. It took some time. It took some layering to get done, but that's what the city can do, is to put that template in place and let it roll out, and don't fall at the first sign of weakness. So I'll leave it at that.
Your time's up. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do we have any questions for the delegation? Councillor Kakish?
Are you aware of any other jurisdictions where it's done differently, where it's just you cut the rebate instead of getting into all involving the municipality and all the banking and the agreement, and it's just done where you do your renovation, you do your retrofit, and then you get a rebate cut from the city or from the program if it's provincial?
Well, this isn't a rebate program. This is actually the consumer pays for this out of his own pocket. So the home energy retrofits, grants, that sort of thing may apply. They may offset a loan payment. But this is about citizens using their own money to put solar panels on their roofs and pay that back over time. That's the best example of it. So it's not a grant. And I think that might be a misconception. What it is unlocking the finance program process.
No, I get that part of it, but what I'm saying is if there's a way to do it differently where perhaps it's not complicated in that sense, where if you are able to, say, afford a retrofit, do it without going through that process.
There are small grants, but you end up with, I'll call it a split incentive. You've got people making irrational economic choices for solar panels, for instance, where the bounce of production isn't sort of, it's about installing as much as you can as opposed to being efficient with what you do. And so I'd caution against giving free money away. I'd say, drive it by a payback. And that way you have sort of responsible development around that.
Do you have any sense of the number of people who have taken up in the LICs in Ottawa?
It's not offered in Ottawa.
Okay. It's not offered, we don't...
No.
Okay. So what is offered currently, and maybe if you want me to ask staff this later on, I can do that, or if...
I do know we have at least one other councillor who's planning to ask some questions, and I have staff on this item, so we could hold that to them.
Okay, maybe I'll come back after then.
Okay. Are there any other specific questions that would be for the delegation? Councillor Leeper.
We have the position of staff that take-up has been low in those jurisdictions where similar programs have been implemented. Do you have, I don't have any reason to doubt that. Do you have any insight as to why that take-up may be low, or any ideas?
Yeah, so the City of Toronto, their pilot was initially targeted at commercial property owners, and then the move down to residential, it didn't have a lot of sort of bandwidth in the public mindset. I have a friend in Toronto that has tried to go through this, and it was sort of difficult to wrap their head, to get the bank on side to wrap their head around it. And I don't dispute that at all. I just think it's incumbent upon the communities to push this forward, and in view of new changes coming down around properties where we'll be required to have a scorecard on our properties when we go to sell them. These energy efficiency moves will just increase the value of the property, because if you have a low score when you try to sell your house, that takes down the value of your home. So it's all interrelated. It's great that the city is looking at it and is monitoring it, but I just say don't take no for an answer from the banks.
Thank you.
Councillor McKinney. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. A question to staff, then, if I may.
We've got quite a number of questions to staff on this item.
Okay, so you want
I'm
me to
hoping to
hold
finish
that?
up the
Okay.
delegation, and then
It's
we'll go
coming.
into questions to staff. So, thank you very much, then, Mr. Young. If we have
Thank
no
you, Chair.
further questions for you directly, so this being the last delegation on this item, then we will go to questions. For staff, I know that Councillor Brockington already indicated he wanted to hear. I suspect I'm going to take a fairly lengthy speakers list on that. So I've got Councillor Brockington and McKinney. And go ahead, Councillor Brockington, and indicate if you'd like to be on the list, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I met the senior supervisor for the City of Toronto who was in Ottawa last week for the FCM conference, and there was a function in the evening where I went and met him and other councillors from across the country, and he was talking. I hadn't heard too much about the LIC program up to that point, but was very curious to know about lessons learned, and they're going to be providing a report soon, so I'd certainly like to tap into that. And I certainly want here in Ottawa for us to keep the doors open, even though I have sort of a level of uncomfort with a municipality getting involved in this type of project. I'm still curious to know where we can have successes. So if we can go down that route and have sort of a cost-benefit analysis of whether we want to engage in that. And at the same time, we need to look at how we can leverage provincial and federal dollars. And really, at the end of the day, it's how can we get homeowners to convert as much as possible, regardless of the type of program, but really getting people to go down that road. So it's not a question, but just rather I wanted to state that I'm going to be doing that outreach. But do we know where the LIC program is up and running, either in Canada or the United States, that we can, as individual councillors, tap into? You reference it's up and running in Toronto and Halifax. Doesn't necessarily mean it's successful, but who's doing this well? Is there anyone on the continent doing this?
So Halifax has had greater success, in part because it's a one-stop shop, all-inclusive kind of program where they have pre-screened the contractors. It's a very limited program in that although they are in the process of expanding it to solar thermal. So they say, if you want to do this, this is the contractor or contractors that will do it, and we'll manage that for you. Most LICs, it's up to the individual to determine which amongst a whole plethora of activities you could do, from insulating your basement to your roof to replacing windows, etc. So you have to decide what you want to do, and then you have to find the contractor and administer that contract. So Halifax, by having a turnkey operation, has had, I would say, greater success. Toronto has what I've described as your more traditional one. The Vancouver one obviously did not succeed, and we've just recently learned of one in Manitoba, and as mentioned by the previous speaker, Guelph is looking to implement a program as well. But the reality is it hasn't been expansively implemented in Canada as of yet.
Thank you for that. Mr. Chair, as an attachment to the staff report, document 1, Air Quality Climate Change Management Plan for 2015 through 18 supporting initiatives, is it in order for me to ask some questions on these? Okay. I'll try and keep it brief. Initiative number 14, winter improvements for cyclists. You identify that the standards were approved by council in 2003, 13 years ago, and since then there appears to be more cyclists cycling in the winter. Is there any effort from staff to bring something to this committee and ultimately council to revise or modernize those standards?
Chair, we're right now looking at a winter operations review, and in addition to that, the standards for cycling, as the councillor knows, we've been working with them this year, and we do provide a higher level of service on that network. So that's the approach we've taken so far, but we will review it in the winter operations review. We'll be reporting to that to Transportation Committee in the spring on that study.
Thank you for that. Item number 19 are the tree planting targets for the year, 125,000 trees. Is that a net increase to the city's complement, or is that just a gross number, 125,000?
Chair, the 125,000 is about, off the top of my head, about a 30 to 40,000 in addition to what we normally plant on a per annual basis.
Let me ask this way, how many trees are cut down every year, and then how many are we replanting?
Chair, we cut down primarily through the Emerald Ash Borer EAB program about 7,000 trees per year.
Finally, my last question on the last page of this document is regarding the green checklist. Is this green checklist an internal document that we would be using here within the City of Ottawa, or is there something that we can produce and share with homeowners, business owners, so they can be flagged of the types of initiatives that they can take action on within their own homes or businesses?
Mr. Chair, currently the City of Ottawa does have a green checklist. It's attached to our site plan application form. We collect data with every site plan application that comes in that looks through elements of a project and how it will be designed to address the green agenda. It's referenced in the memo from Councillor Chernyshenko at the end of today's agenda, but we are looking at how we could either A, expand that green checklist in terms of its usability. Perhaps it's something that's attached to other types of applications like zoning bylaw amendments or plans of subdivision. And B, are we collecting the right type of information on that green checklist to help inform us on whether we're moving forward fast enough on the green agenda?
Just as a follow-up, I'm a regular member of the public. I'm thinking about retrofitting my home. I'm thinking about making improvements in my home. I want to do everything I can. Is there a document the city produces that collates all of these ideas that homeowners can follow, from very small projects to much more elaborate, expensive projects, to green their home, to do what needs to be done? I see bits from Hydro Ottawa, I see bits from community groups. Are we providing some sort of checklist?
So the city's website, rather than duplicating that which is available everywhere, in various places, we've consolidated on our web pages where people can find that information. That said, we are in conversation with Enbridge and with Hydro Ottawa in providing a one-stop shop for people for information around energy efficiency and renewable energy. So that's something we're actively pursuing with those other organizations.
So, Chair's prerogative, just a quick follow-up on that then, and are we pointing to groups such as we have our very own Enviro Center here that does a lot of work in this area, pointing to third-party advice that's already out there?
You're asking, does it point them at them? Yes, it does.
All right, thank you. Councillor Bockington, you're done. Okay, next on the list was Councillor McKinney.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of things on the LICs. I am a proponent, obviously, of the LICs. We want to make sure that when we do it, we do it right. But I just want to, so I am anxious to see the report back in 2017. And then, and as more communities are rolling them out, there's more lessons to be learned, obviously. But one of the things that I'd be interested in knowing is, if you've got, for example, 50% uptake in Toronto, what does that represent in terms of a reduction in the greenhouse gas emissions for the city? So if we roll this out and we get, a modest uptake of, say, 50%, what would that mean to us in terms of reducing emissions? Which is, we have to be, well, I don't know if that's creative, but it's certainly, we have to do everything that we can to make sure they come down. And it is, while there might be, a minimal cost, administrative cost, I think it's certainly worth bearing to bring down greenhouse gas emissions. So I don't know if you know that answer, or if you just want to commit to reporting back in 2017 with that information.
So heating and cooling represents roughly 40% of GHG emissions in the City of Ottawa. And that would be a combination of commercial institutional buildings like this, as well as from the residential sector. I don't have that breakdown at hand, but I could certainly report back to you on that. and then within that, you have multi-residential and single-family. A lot of LIC programs only target the, low density. So, but we could certainly come back with an estimate on the GHG reductions that could be achieved, on a targeted LIC program.
Okay, thank you. And on our renewable energy strategy, I know that one of the things we talked about was, creative funding and finding partners. So I just want to, as a comment, remind staff that we do have an eco-district here in Ottawa Centre. I think it was the first official one in Canada that we're pretty proud of. They do, as a community partner, a lot of work, around shared energy, benchmarking community properties, increasing our modal share of healthy transportation. They have the Sustainable Neighborhood Action Plan, that sort of thing. So I just want to make sure that they're top of mind whenever we're looking at partnering with community groups and with other organizations to make sure that we're bringing in that expertise and finding a way to use them, maybe even a bit more formally than what we do now.
Was that a question?
Yep. Just for comfort here, yes, we are very connected with the Eco District and are following their lead and participating to the extent that we can.
Councillor Leeper?
Thank you. I have three somewhat disparate questions. I'll start off on the LIC question. Bank collaboration, that was something I was struck by in terms of trying to work with the banks to get them to encourage homeowners to use their line of credit, for example, to take advantage or to do retrofits that could have a payback. It strikes me that a municipality like Ottawa is not necessarily best placed to directly approach Bay Street. Are we working on that through the Federation of Canadian Municipalities or from AMO? What form would that collaboration or pressure on the banks take?
So admittedly, we were looking at a local approach. For instance, the problem that Toronto ran into with 50% of their applications being denied by the mortgagors, they had, in fact, had those conversations with the banks ahead of time, and that's why they were quite surprised when applications were actually being processed that they ran into this trouble. So, but admittedly, initially we're going to use local resources and contacts. That said, we have other established relationships with the banking industry. For instance, and in I would say a similar vein, but different, for instance, diversity and inclusion. TD Bank has been here and met with staff and presented to staff at a workshop last year, and there's a willingness amongst some of the banking institutions to work with communities on these kind of issues. So we're going to pursue work with the willing and with those with whom we already have established relationships.
That's encouraging. Thank you. My second question, I was very interested to see with respect to the renewable energy strategy, multiple check-ins and points. I know one of Ottawa's key tree advocates came into the room just now. The Urban Forest Management Program, or strategy, I'm wondering if we can get a check-in with respect to how that is going sooner than Q1 of 2017. I've heard a fair number of folks coming to me and asking for greater public input before a draft comes out. I think our consultant is coming to town, not today, I think they were delayed, but it's something I want to chat with them about is an opportunity for more public collaboration before that draft starts to take shape, and I'm wondering if that's a possibility to get us an update even in June, perhaps.
Through the Vice Chair, yes, we'd be happy to update either this committee or yourself individually on the status and the progression of the project.
Okay. So let's, if we can do something, in Q2, end of Q2 or beginning of Q3, that would be excellent.
Yes. I don't see that as an issue whatsoever.
Okay. And my final piece, actually again from Mr. Mitzi, with respect to intensification and thinking through our planning policies with a green lens, do you accept the assertions that Mr. Friend made?
I'll try to answer that question in a slightly different way through you, the Chair. I actually think that one of the big picture achievements the city can make in terms of dealing with the green agenda or climate change is, in fact, intensification. And Ottawa is exceeding its official plan targets right now in terms of intensification. In the urban area, we do see an increasing shift towards apartment form, townhouse form development, and we're seeing more applications coming in that are around the future transit stations. Certainly there is a reaction, and we are going to see intensification where we want to see it. Even in the suburban areas, the number of units per hectare right now is in the mid-30s. 25 years ago, it was in the mid-20s. Certainly across the board, the city has greatly intensifying and is continuing to do so. It will allow for reduced commuting costs, to have more people live closer to where they work or work closer to where they live. So it's all moving in the direction the plan has outlined. So I would say the plan is achieving its goals.
We're achieving intensification targets, which obviously is a critical part of our sustainability, but are we creating livable neighborhoods, which was another key point that Mr. Friend made?
Mr. Vice Chair, it's an excellent question. We don't want to intensify without having those neighborhoods be as livable as they could be. And it is important, and as the deputant raised as an issue, that we're not only concerned with how tall a building is, for example, we're also concerned about how it interfaces at the street edge and what's its built form and does it mix into the neighborhood. And having vitality and life in that building on its ground plane, in particular, cafes or art galleries, etc., is a very important objective we look for in all our rezoning applications, that you are going to see increasingly in the future not standalone buildings that are either commercial or residential, but there'll be mixed use in some form so that the ground floor has that animation to enhance that livability.
We could probably chat about this for hours. So I'm looking forward to exploring some really specific questions around zoning and legislative authorities when we get to Chair Chernishenko's item, but that's it. Thank you.
All right. Councillor Kakish is next on the list.
Thank you. Just to clarify, do we not currently have any programs in place as incentives for residents that want to retrofit, and not at all from the City of Ottawa?
We have, on the water efficiency side of things, the High Volume User Program, which has been highly successful, which facilitates retrofits of largely bathroom fixtures in hotels and a lot of the nonprofit housing in Ottawa. Further to your earlier question, the province does provide rebates for retrofits to your furnace and air conditioning units.
Okay. And are we a part of that? We're not a part of that at this point?
No.
Why is that? If the funding is available from the private province, why wouldn't we participate in that?
Sorry, it's administered at the provincial level.
Okay.
So, for instance, I converted my furnace from oil to gas, and I made use of the rebate.
Okay. So
it's available at the provincial level, just not at the municipal level.
Okay. And these would all be administered through the municipalities?
A local improvement charge is administered at the municipal level.
Okay. And what would be, I know the presenter was talking about it being revenue neutral, but is there a cost in terms of staff time or in terms of upfront cost to the municipality? What would something like that be in Ottawa?
So the minimum number of full-time equivalent FTE positions associated with administering this kind of program is 2.5. So that cost is administered or recovered through an administrative fee. So in addition to whatever loan rate you're going to be paying to the municipality, you're also going to have to pay an admin fee. And that admin fee is based upon a projection of how many applications you think you're going to be able to distribute that cost over. So if you assume you're going to get 10,000 applications, then you set your admin fee at X. But if you only get 5,000 applications, then you're not recovering your full cost. So it's a challenging thing to do. I'm not saying it's not possible, but it means your projections regarding your uptake need to be very good. So one jurisdiction, I think it was Halifax, but I may be wrong there, had to adjust their admin fee because they simply weren't recovering their costs to ensure it was a neutral program.
Okay. I think, from listening to my colleagues around the table, I think there's a lot of interest in pursuing this. So, I think we should look at that more seriously instead of just studying and delaying and continuing to look at it and actually doing what needs to be done to implementing it. And I think there is an appetite for that around the table from what I'm hearing. So I'd like to see that initiative move forward. So, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I have some questions myself on this, on a couple of items on this report. Since it's faster than texting, I'll communicate with Janice Ashworth at the back through the microphone. You had said you could speak either to this item or the number 7. Since we've closed, I gave you inaccurate information, forgetting we had already closed public delegations. So if it's still appropriate, if you could be on the list for item 7 coming. Thank you. On the, we're using the term LIC, local improvement charge, because that's a way of financing home energy retrofits, a way for a building owner, or not necessarily homeowner, but a building owner, to be able to make it easier to finance the work that needs to be done on a building. And we know that the most significant amount of work to be done is not on the homes still to be built. It's on the hundreds of thousands of homes and buildings that are already built. But the challenge that we've often heard from people is not knowing that they're going to be staying in that building for long enough to get the payback, and therefore there's a term BASC that they use in the U.S., which starts with building attached, and I think that's key here, is that for people who own a building, knowing that they could make significant energy retrofits, and that the potential purchaser a few years from now would be getting those benefits anyway, that it be attached to the building is sort of the key thing, rather than the rate of interest, et cetera. So that seems to me a key part of why this approach has such great potential, that it stays with the building, that the obstacle of people feeling like, oh, if I do this but then move, I've wasted my money, is key. So it seems to me, although so far we've heard from other Canadian jurisdictions that it's mixed. I had passed on some contacts for you just a few days ago, which I know you haven't had a chance to follow up with Manitoba, where I had heard they'd had quite a successful program. Similarly, Vancouver, Halifax, Toronto, mixed results. It seems to me that a number of councillors, and certainly it's my desire that we keep a close eye on this, because it does hold such potential to get over an obstacle that is there right now. I'd like to make the changes, but is it worth it if I stay? It seems to me that one tool or another, either this one or potentially green labeling of a building, are two ways of getting at the same thing. That if you've, even if you don't have financing through a local improvement charge on your bill, if you've got a green label on your building, that the buyer knows, oh, it's rated 82 out of 100, whatever that means. Therefore, I know what I'm getting. Has the city been involved in any conversations about building labeling? It may be outside of a municipal jurisdiction, but have we had those conversations with the real estate industry over the last few years on that?
So certainly we're aware of that, and I'd say the closest proxy that we've been doing is meeting with EnviroCentre about their Carbon 613 initiative and potentially branching that off. For those of you who aren't familiar with Carbon 613, it is an initiative that seeks partners to sign on, and not dissimilar from the Compact of Mayors, but on a much smaller scale at the municipal level, asks you to make a target and work towards it and report out on your results. some municipal, real estate agencies within the City of Ottawa already do report out on things like walkability and the like. So in pursuing our discussions with EnviroCenter on the Carbon 613 and like initiatives that they're working on, certainly we wanted to pursue that angle with them.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so on my comment, sort of one tool or another, I think it's crucial that we find some way municipally in encouraging that energy and retrofit of existing buildings, and the LIC financing was one approach. The green labeling, my recollection is the real estate industry fought quite hard against that idea. In fact, I think the provincial government was close to enacting legislation. I think it was even Phil McNeely here, a former MPP, who had worked on that. But they were quite resistant to it because the sense was that, oh dear, if a building's got a low score, I'll never sell the house. That seemed to me rather odd logic because, well, yes, of course, but then if you retrofit your building and get a higher score, you'll find it easier to sell the house. I guess what it shows us is that it is proving challenging to get people to invest in upgrading their buildings, and yet it's so important. That was perhaps Chair's prerogative, making a comment more than a question on that one. I guess what I would ask to close on the LIC item is, will we, as we continue to evaluate how programs are going and consider whether it's worth it to the city, can we do an analysis of is this potentially the cheapest tool to get at our goal? Because although there is an administrative cost and that needs to be borne somehow, it may prove that if this is an effective way of getting people to upgrade their buildings, that the cost of administration to the city is actually peanuts compared to some other way we would need to get people to upgrade their buildings, for example, grants or mandatory regulations that get appealed to the OMB and on and on and on. You know, that sort of thinking goes in. Yes, there's an admin fee in the same way as we've had the question raised about the standpipes. You know, if it is a public need and a public good to get done, the admin fee may prove to be relatively small, so I guess I'd like us to keep that in mind. On one specific item that came out of this report, Corporate Environmental Management and Investment Strategy, there was a key plank which was the LED retrofits for streetlights. If I recall, did I read it or hear it, that that's been somewhat delayed, the implementation of that? Can someone correct me if it has been delayed and why that might be?
Chair, there was a slight delay as we negotiated with Hydro to get this deal started. We anticipate the first LED light to go in June this year. Okay, so it was negotiations over costs or over liabilities, or what was that? Primarily over making sure the agreements were finalized. So probably a bundle of things, Chair.
Lawyers talking to lawyers. My concern was that we might be holding this up because council had not allocated enough investment. I thought we had allocated enough to go ahead with it, so when I'd heard it was slower implementation, I wanted to understand that.
Chair, no, we're ready to start in June, as I said, and we anticipate probably about 15,000 lights for this year and an additional 15,000 for next year.
Okay, thank you. All right. Seeing no other questions then on this item, is this item carried? Carried. Thank you. Item number 5, the Residential Protective Plumbing Program. We did have staff prepared to give a brief presentation on this, and I recall there was a committee member who had some questions on it. So perhaps if we could get that. Okay.
So, would you like the presentation? Or
I'm getting the sense from my colleagues that they may not need the presentation if it's just a brief question. It was, who was it? It was Councillor Leeper who had the question. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I don't need a presentation. I appreciate the thorough report. My question just is by expanding the program and capping the amount of the grant, what is staff's expectation of participation in the program? Obviously, it opens it up to more people, but are fewer people going to participate because the dollar amount is lower?
I think it's a balance that we will be able to measure after the end of the first year of program. Right now, as we point out, the program is oversubscribed on an annual basis. We get full commitment on the available budget. We're hoping that by expanding this out, we will be able to maintain that same degree of enthusiasm and participation, because it's a little bit simpler to follow and a little bit less cumbersome. So I think those that enter the program hopefully will more likely come to a close and install the equipment. Okay. We lose some in the process as people sort of, for one reason or another, may not proceed. So I think by becoming a little bit more predictable and a little bit easier in the administrative side of things and on the quoting side of things, it takes some of the burden away from the homeowner and makes it that much easier for the program and the protection to be installed at the end of the day.
Okay. So we can be fairly nimble on this, I assume. If we find that capping the grant is reducing participation within a year, we could increase. Okay.
We could come back and adjust either the amounts or the, we can adjust however we like at that point.
Fairly quickly. Okay. Thank you very much. That was all I had.
Councillor Taylor.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Not a question, just a comment. A thank you to the staff and in the program for bringing this forward. I know your office, your staff have worked with us for years, for residents in Crystal Beach, Lakeview, and Belltown, Britannia Village, who've all thought it was ridiculous to have to wait until they incurred a loss to try and take some preventative action, or take advantage of some preventative action. So thank you to the department staff for working on this.
Thank you very much, then. And my indication, although there was a speaker, Mr. Olson, who was prepared to speak, you did not need to if we were carrying this item anyway. Is that correct? So that's the sense I'm getting on this item. Is that carried? Okay. And thank you for coming out. Item number 6, I've got a hold written down, which must mean there was a question from at least one member of committee. Oh, we had a speaker. That's right. That was Duncan Bury, if I'm not mistaken, who wanted to speak to this item. Please.
So thank you, Chair, and Committee, for the opportunity. The staff report, I think, is a good overview of the issues and challenges associated with Bill 51, and they've laid out a lot of the key questions, and I think it's a really appropriate number of questions that need to be asked of the province. In my view, the legislation the province has put forward is a considerable improvement on what the current status is. Ontario's legislation compared to other jurisdictions, provincial jurisdictions, is in a mess, and this is in fact a positive and significant step forward, although there are lots of unanswered questions. However, the recommendation 2 in the report, that staff delay doing any further work on the service delivery review or on the waste plan until the municipal role is clarified, I would urge you not to support. Delaying any further action on the foundational waste planning just compounds the time that's been lost on the Plasco. There was 10 years there when very little was happening in this particular area. Delaying any work on the service review or the waste plan pending provincial clarification simply means that Trail Road will continue to fill. The anemic and falling waste diversion rates, which are cited in the last quarterly report, for example, will continue, and this is not an acceptable situation, I would suggest. So the province suggests that the transition to new legislation will take a minimum of 2 to 5 years. 2 to 5 years. At a minimum, that gets you to 2018. And I think that's frankly too long for the city to be sitting on its hands and waiting for a clarification. Staff are completely correct in pointing out that there are a large number of unanswered questions about the role of municipalities. Major questions relate to the municipal role in recycling programs, the level of producer funding that exists is a fundamental issue. Will the province move in the direction that British Columbia has and give full responsibility and funding for the Blue Box program excuse me, to the packaging industry? These are open questions, but I don't think they're questions which should be leading you to think that it's a good idea to delay the basic foundational planning work and review of waste management options that I think the city should be doing. So many of the current roles that municipalities currently play aren't going to change. The province isn't going to come and rescue you from obligations to manage residual wastes in many, many, many cases. So, in fact, the staff report notes that very clearly. However, there's no reason to delay continuing with the work which is already underway. So we heard already reports about the auditing work, and that's important baseline work that should continue. I think the city should be looking at what's going on in leading jurisdictions elsewhere in the country. I mean, Edmonton's got a whole new approach in place, Halifax. These are all things that need to be investigated. End-of-life management options need to be looked at. You need to start continuing the work to understand what are the options are: incineration, landfilling, enhanced diversion. All these need to be costed and properly analyzed. None of this, I don't think, would be wasted effort. I think if you continue to do that kind of work, it allows you to engage much more directly and thoroughly with the provincial government as it reviews this legislation and as the whole new Waste-Free Ontario Act rolls out. And I think it gives you a much better basis upon which to finally intervene when the time comes for the province to actually clarify what it wants to do. So I don't think you should be counting on AMO to completely represent you, although I'm sure it's doing a good job. You need to do some of the basic work to have an understanding of what the situation here is in Ottawa and be prepared to respond and initiate. So I would argue, do not support recommendation 2 to delay this work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beery. Then, questions, Councillor Leeper, you indicated you had one.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beery. And since we received your communication, or I received your communication last week, it's given me some real pause. What work do you feel should continue, and where do you feel that the city is appropriately going to put a pause on things? Can you be fairly granular about that?
I'm not entirely clear what work the city is doing, but I certainly understand the waste auditing work, so I think I gather there was some work which has been completed. So I think that's an ongoing exercise. You need to keep a handle on that over time, particularly on what's in the residual waste, not just what's going into the blue and black box. I think you need to have a much better understanding of what the options are for the end-of-life management. You've got a lot of capacity in Trail Road, so Ottawa is very, very lucky compared to many other municipalities who are really up against the wall in terms of what they're going to do with the materials they can't divert. So don't waste that time. Take a look at what incineration options there are. There are all sorts of things that are being done and being tried. I think a basic review of this needs to be done. In fact, that was talked about at the end of the Plasco discussions. Enhanced diversion, multi-material recycling facilities, what are called dirty recycling facilities, where you basically put everything together. What really is the cost of replacing Trail Road or expanding it? Do we really know? Numbers keep getting pulled out of hats around this council table, but we haven't really seen any quantitative analysis. So I think all that, the day will come when you're going to have to cross some of those bridges and make some of those decisions. So you have a better understanding. And those are, I think, 3 kind of basic things, and start to develop what are the options and what are the directions and what are the cost benefits. I mean, the key questions from the provincial end of things are, what's going to happen to the funding of the blue box? That's the big, big unknown. Right now, Ontario is nominally paying 50%, although we actually know, of course, that the real dollars they contribute to industry are less than that. Are they going to move to 100% funding? If they do, that's good. Are they going to shift the responsibilities? Yes, but this still doesn't change the fundamental fact that the garbage that goes into the can and the bag is still going to end up as the city's responsibility. So what are you going to do with it? So take the time to do the base level work, be nimble and responsive when the time comes, but get that foundational work done. Don't stop. There's no point in sitting around and waiting for potentially 4 or 5 years until the province gets this figured out. I think that would be a huge amount of wasted time.
Mr. Chair, would it be appropriate to ask staff to respond at this point? The language, approve the delay of the service delivery review, is pretty blunt, expansive language, and I don't know whether, even if this motion was, or the recommendation was passed, whether work would stop or whether there would continue to be foundational work. I'm leaning towards asking for a point-by-point vote on this one, but I'm curious to hear from Mr. Weir.
Yeah, if we could get clarification simply on that one. We do have one other delegation who's just signed up, so we can do any more extensive questioning of staff afterwards. But
Chair, through you to the councillor, you're quite correct in that this doesn't mean that our work will come to a halt in terms of increasing our work. We currently are in the process of carrying out a source separated organics program review, waiting for that to get resolved and come back before this council to sort of speak to that particular issue. We still do have the Phase 1 element of the Waste Master Plan in place that identifies the targets and the objectives in terms of where we're trying to get to in terms of recovery and recycling, and so we continue to move forward with that, with our promotional programs in terms of trying to achieve those goals. As we mentioned earlier, with discussion with Councillor Brockington, I think it was, we have continued to look at audits and try to refine our program delivery and try to improve our overall capture of those recyclable materials. So, and in terms of being involved and aware of where other municipalities are, certainly Minister Arnault has worked very, very closely with the Regional Public Works Commissioners of Ontario, the Municipal Waste Association, the Ontario Waste Management Association, all of which to stay very connected with initiatives that are currently underway and programs that are developing across the country, in fact. So, I think bit of a misnomer and perhaps poorly reflected on our part what exactly the second clause here is, but it was, if we recall, the Phase 2 and 3 were implementation of initiatives and things like that, and many of those initiatives dealt with how best to deal with recycling and things like that, all of which are very much in a state of flux, and so it would be inopportune at this point to sort of head down a particular path not knowing whether that was something that's going to be supported by the province as they move in this direction. So I think while the high-level objectives have been identified by the province, we all know that the devil is in the detail as these programs start to come forward. And I think what we're suggesting is that rather than crash forward on our own in a direction that we don't know how that's going to be supported or reflected in the provincial policies, that we take a bit of a pause in that implementation phase and sort of continue with our own best efforts at increasing diversion, increasing recovery, including our work. I think we had a program in the multi-residential trying to increase our diversion in there. So there are many initiatives that will continue at pace in order to try to improve our overall program and try to attain those policy and objectives that were identified in Phase 1 of the Waste Management Plan.
So it sounds like there will be some particular decision points where we're going to need to pause and not make decisions but the overall review. Perhaps it would be best then to go to the next delegation, but I may want to come with some amending language. Thanks.
That would be fine. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Burry, unless there's other questions for him. No, seeing none. I believe Tom Marcantonio was next on this item. He is the final speaker signed up for this particular item. If someone else had planned to speak on it, please do come up and register. Welcome, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Last year, Andrea Reimer, who's a councillor in Vancouver, made a presentation to us, and I think Vancouver either is or is aspiring to be the greenest city in Canada. And what I understand they do in Vancouver is, in order to get a building permit, the people who do the demolition must recycle all the materials. And I imagine every building that's demolished, there's several tons of material, much of it usable, that goes to the dump. So my proposal is that we begin to monitor how much demolition waste there is and consider adding a requirement to recycle that material as best as possible.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the delegation then? All right, thank you. Thank you for that suggestion. All right, that brings us to the end of the delegations. I'll take a speakers list for questions here on it. I know Councillor Leeper, who's stepped away briefly. I'll put him at the end if we've got others. Councillor Kadri.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And just a question of staff. In terms of the garbage or source-separated organic stream going forward, have we talked to the federal government also in terms of the packaging issue, in terms of asking them to, look at the packaging in order to reduce the waste stream? Because my understanding is that stream falls under their jurisdiction, does it not?
Councillor, through the chair, there was a federal packaging committee that I believe has been disbanded, but the issue is of packaging. It's really on the municipalities. We are the receivers of that material, so the packaging ends up in the Blue Box program, which is recycled, and that is, this new regulation is driving to that. The producers and importers of packaging will be in the future responsible for that material.
So you're telling me right now that in the future, and I don't know when the future is, that the packaging producer will be responsible for that, and I think the province has identified that. Am I wrong in that?
Yeah, that is conceptually what Bill 151 is addressing, is that the producers and importers of packaging and products will then be responsible for the ultimate processing and disposal of those packages.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Are there other questions? I know Councillor Leeper wanted to make some comments or had possible direction. I just thought I'd check first then. Okay, Councillor Leeper.
Thank you. I'm just wondering then if staff would take it as direction to work with the city clerk's office prior to council to help or to provide some wording for an amending motion that would clarify what would be delayed and with greater precision.
Yes, we'd be pleased to do that.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Seeing no other questions or no one else on the speakers list then, is this item carried? Carried. Thank you. This brings us to councillors' items. Item number 7 on climate change. We do have quite a number of speakers signed up for this and also received, at least my awareness, forwarded to me and brought to my attention a good 20 or 30 emails as well. Not that anyone ranks above anyone else. Member of Parliament Catherine McKenna, the Minister for Environment and Climate Change, also wrote to support this this motion. It's a little unusual in that it is my motion. I would introduce it rather than reading all the whereases, perhaps in a little more personal terms here. I think it's pretty close to universally acknowledged that climate change is an extremely great challenge to society as we know it, and there are a lot of countries, provinces and cities taking quite bold steps to tackle the challenges of both their impact on the climate, but now increasingly so the impact that the climate is having on them. And it seemed to me that the City of Ottawa, although we have been active on this file, just as many other jurisdictions are raising their game, so to speak, becoming more ambitious, and making some quite symbolic gestures, adoption of targets, participation in international groups, that it was time for Ottawa to do that as well. And that was really the genesis of this motion, which does contain several items or pieces to it. So if I might read those out and explain very briefly then. Part 1, that the City continue to work with key stakeholders and community partners to reduce community-wide greenhouse gases produced within the geographic boundary of the City of Ottawa, and pursue a new long-term greenhouse gas reduction target of 80% below 2012 levels by 2050. Item number 2, that the following additions to current activities that address climate change be made, that the Mayor, on behalf of City Council and the City of Ottawa, join the Compact of Mayors, which is a global initiative for local climate action coordinated by the world's leading city networks. B, the Chair of the Environment Committee be directed to work with the Interdepartmental Working Group established as part of the 2014 Air Quality and Climate Change Management Plan and external stakeholders to prepare a recommended implementation plan to reach the above stated target for committee and council consideration, taking very much to heart the fact that a whole lot of governments have made announcements about what they're going to do and adopted targets, but not had a plan for how they're going to do that. That if we are going to adopt the first one, we need to have the concerted plan to get to it. Finally, C, that staff be directed to assess the feasibility of developing and implementing minimum energy performance standards for new and residential commercial buildings and report back to committee and council. And then a third point, that the renaming of the Environment Committee as the Environment and Climate Protection Committee be included as part of the midterm governance review process. Here I need to expand a little bit. The idea, first of all, is not to make that decision today, but rather that to put that forward as something to consider during our midterm governance review as a standard process here, the change of the name. And the reason for that is, as we are seeing in more and more cities globally, the term climate protection is becoming quite common. The reason for that is that whereas climate change is so neutral as to leave people wondering as to is that a worry? Climate protection gets to the two sides of the issue. One is our need to protect the climate, more or less as we have known it, and all that depends on the current climate, but also, as that climate is changing, we need to protect ourselves from the impact of that changing climate. And the idea of climate protection, then, is a symbolic acknowledgement of the two sides of the problem, and also, I think, an important symbolic acknowledgement of just how serious this issue is. So, with that introduction, then, of the motion, I will verify how many speakers we have. I believe it was about 12 speakers. I would ask that, although it is your democratic right to speak to this motion, and you do have 5 minutes, if you find that many speakers before you have said what you were going to say, we will not think badly of you if you indicate that you support the motion or not, depending on your view. But of course, it continues to be your right to use your 5 minutes. Bill Eggertson, then, is the first speaker, followed by Angela Keller-Herzog.
Mr. Chair, members of Council, I'm speaking on behalf of the Environmental Stewardship Advisory Committee. We have submitted detailed commentary, so I'm here to very quickly summarize what we went on about, and also to allude back to some of the earlier discussions you had. Using local improvement charges for energy retrofits would have a major positive impact on the attractiveness of many green supply and demand options which can be retrofit into homes now. I've been in the renewable energy sector for 35 years, and I feel that many of these similar ventures are viable. Obviously, Minister McKenna and the FCM agree with me because they've just awarded $31 million to a number of municipal programs, including solar thermal in Halifax. Please do not forget that climate challenge is actually an energy challenge. Your motion is silent on greening new residential and commercial developments. A $75 million transmission corridor into Ottawa is about to be announced, which will constrain attempts to boost renewables by locking us into nuclear power for the next half-century. If we cannot lower demand and install green in new developments like South Nepean, where can we do it? Ottawa consumes 45 billion kilowatt hours from fossil fuels and electricity each year. We lose $8 billion a year to pay for this, and our level of renewables currently is 5%. Because it is 2016, we must replace sexy aspirational goals of 1.5 degrees Celsius with energy reduction targets so that residents know what is expected of us. I renovated my older house into one of the top 20 energy efficient houses in Canada. It can be done because it has been done. ESAC's written comments address Council's recent support for EV charging stations and suggest more use of district heating, green heat, and other solutions which prove their value daily across our city and which can be replicated almost everywhere. Your motion says emissions in Ottawa were 5.8 tons per capita, while government figures show the Ontario average at 8.9. Data are important and monitoring must be transparent, but more importantly, we need actions to start now without needing to know how bad we were in 1990 or 2012 or even today. Some very quick specific comments on the recommendations in your motion. So there is no ambiguity, Mr. Councillor. ESAC fully supports any and all efforts to reduce community-wide emissions by 80% by 2050. If anything, some of us think the target is too light and too late, and we hope that you will translate your vision into operational details. Second point, the 19 cities already in the Compact of Mayors have a 3-year deadline for specific outputs. Some felt it premature.
If you are capable of continuing to talk while that rings, typically it starts with the ringing and we stay in place, so we will stay in place and continue the meeting until such time as we're told otherwise.
Okay. Thank you. The 19 cities already in the Compact of Mayors have a 3-year deadline for specific outputs. Some felt it premature to join, but we agreed to endorse membership if it will expedite a climate action plan for residents with energy targets. A compelling long-term vision is not set tomorrow, it is set today. Bullet number 4, provincial regulations already require new homes to comply with minimum energy standards, so we assume a city assessment will surpass those limits. I'm happy to see that space conditioning is tagged as a bad boy because that end use consumes 60% of residential energy, another 20% for water heating, and the solutions for those problems are very available to homeowners.
Attention. An alarm has been initiated and is being investigated. Please stand by for further instructions. Thank you for your cooperation.
Attention, attention. Le système d'alarme a été déclenché. Nous faisons enquête. Veuillez attendre d'autres instructions. Merci de votre collaboration.
As I said earlier, new construction is relatively easy to green. What do we intend to do with the existing building stock? And point number 5, we were divided on your proposed retitling. It's apparent that municipalities will be the key delivery agents for our low-carbon future, but there has been no real functional change at city level to justify a change in title. Many on ESAC care deeply about the non-carbon aspects of the environment, clean water, biodiversity, protection of flora and fauna, but you have assured us, and you repeated it again today, that the renaming will not dilute the importance of those issues. So we agree to repackaging if it provides a significant, dramatic, and continuing emphasis on this extremely important issue which, for too long, in our opinion, has received short shrift by the city. The feds say that oil output will grow 56%, natural gas 22%, while our emissions grow 17% instead of dropping 30%. The solutions needed to meet and surpass the challenge are well known, tried, tested, and economically viable. We all know that it is residents who are going to have to do the heavy lifting. We keep talking about city leadership, so let's lead. If there are questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I should say, praise you for sticking it out through that. It was difficult for us to hear you as you to speak. I'm glad to know that you've actually submitted those written remarks as well, which will be easier for us to focus on. I'm trying to resist any attempt to say anything about being alarmist or raising the alarm or anything like that. I think at this point we'd be better off to what's the word I'm looking for? Suspend, take a pause. So let's take a 10-minute break, recess. Let's take a 10-minute recess, and obviously if we get an announcement that we need to exit the building, overrule that. But for now, let's take a 10-minute recess. Thank you.
Is that item carried?
All right. After that interesting interruption, if we could take our seats, I believe we have quorum. We've got quorum, yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, no problem. Bill Eggertson, is he still with us in the room? No. All right. I was going to give him an opportunity to sum up minus the alarms, but just for everyone's knowledge or to repeat, he had submitted his comments by way of a letter prior to the weekend, so we do have those, even though unfortunately his presentation was challenged. Now, our next speaker then is Angela Keller-Herzog. Do we need anyone? Are we set to go? Do we? Yeah. All right. Got all the key people we need. Go ahead, please, Angela.
Thanks, David. All right. So I'm here on behalf of the Glebe Community Association, and we would like you to know that we support the motion on climate change that is here before you today. Actually, I'd like to put that a little bit stronger. We are firmly behind you in supporting this motion, and we are very glad that you are moving forward in this direction. We're keen that Ottawa get on the train, and we're keen now that federal and provincial governments are ready to start engaging on climate change, that Ottawa should be awake to join the ranks of leading cities. And I'd like to thank you, councillors, for coming out and coming back after the fire alarm. I'd also like to thank the media representatives here for hanging in here with all of us public delegations coming up and understanding what the public perception is on some of these issues. And you might wonder, indeed, why is it that a neighborhood residents association is interested in climate change? I mean, aren't we supposed to be just interested in if you make a change in the one way of a road or something? Well, we understand that all emissions are actually caused locally, and therefore we understand that all emissions reductions also have to be local. And we understand that there's a shift in the regulatory and economic environment towards renewable energy, and we understand that there are a lot of economic opportunities for our region if we participate in this shift. And we also understand that there will be economic costs if we're left behind. So we'd like to be part of the solution. Now, when it comes to climate change, there is a tendency for people to feel a bit overwhelmed and powerless and pretty paralyzed in terms of what we as individuals or neighborhoods or city councils can do. But clearly there are things that we can do as individuals. There are things that individuals and families and homeowners can do with the help of supportive government programming and financial incentives, such as what we've discussed earlier today in this meeting, and including the home energy audits that David mentioned. And we think these things are coming back, and I think that Yasser Naqvi made a recent announcement with Shirelli, so that we're going to be seeing the home energy audits come back on screen. So again, the climate is changing, if you'll excuse the pun. But then there are also things that a household or a residents association cannot do, but that a city can do, such as, for example, having Hydro Ottawa make investments in renewable energy and energy storage for our region, or to take a look at the technologies for smart grids, or to establish building codes and standards that can help us save and conserve energy, such as maybe having a bunch of engineers look at the energy supply and demand in the Greater Ottawa region and make a master plan of where the renewable energy sources and the reductions in emissions would then actually come from. And we're hoping that the implementation plan that is mentioned in this motion before us perhaps could have such a thing in scope. And perhaps you can have a bunch of economists and financial people sit down and figure out the financing schemes for these potential opportunities of public and private or joint public-private projects. Maybe Ottawa can issue green bonds that the city would benefit from, and investors would benefit, and consumers would then benefit. Again, Toronto has such a fund and has things going, so there's examples. And again, maybe this implementation plan that is in the motion would also have a look at the financial innovations and the financing that we need to do to implement measures to meet the new targets. So what are some of the challenges? I think that whenever we're looking to navigate change, I think we need leadership, accountability, financial, and human resources. I think for leadership, we have it. We have it at federal and provincial levels. Like, as I said earlier, we have a changing environment. And leadership is really individual and collective. So I think all of you councillors have an excellent role to play, and it's a very opportune time. I think David will lead and the mayor will lead, and maybe you can also let them know that you're right behind them, and that in the same way that I can say my community association is supporting you, you can support them. Now, in terms of the accountability, I think we need metrics to measure progress. And I think that when we listened to that report earlier, in terms of the AQCCM or whatever those letters are, I don't think that we got a report in terms of the metrics of reduction emissions. So I think that we need to know a little bit better in terms of the metrics, and I think Ottawa's metrics are in a bit of an incomprehensible state.
You'll need to sum up now. Your 5 minutes are up.
Okay. So in terms of financial and human resources, I think the previous council decided this was not a priority and removed some human resources, and I think that this council, if you decide this is a priority, you'll have to put some horses in, and you're going to have to give staff the human resources to also be able to undertake this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for the delegation? No. Seeing none? All right. Thank you then. And next on the speakers list is Charles Hodgson. And he will be followed by David McNichol. Good morning. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you also for bringing this motion. I'm speaking today on behalf of the Champlain Park Community Association Environmental Committee, and I know there are a lot of people wanting to speak, so I will keep my remarks as brief as possible. We urge the committee and eventually full council to support this motion. I had other things to say which I did submit by email, but I'll dwell only on two items. One of those is the target which you're trying to move closer to the provincial target for reduction of emissions, includes the phrase stakeholders and community partners. And I think that's an extremely important element because, as has been pointed out here before, the main contributors to our contribution to climate change are the individual citizens and the community. So it's very heartening to see in the renewable energy strategy that there's such an emphasis on community outreach and bringing people up to speed. We have to all know more about the issue, and so our individual decisions day to day are made in the context of the feeling that we are contributing to solutions to this very important problem. The second thing I would focus on is the element where the minimum energy performance standards for new buildings. This is something that we may expect some challenge of actually making progress on. And again, I was heartened by the discussion earlier about the local improvement charges, where there have been some challenges. Seen city staff are feeling that it's not an easy slam dunk, but here I see the committee feeling that, well, it's not good enough just to walk away from it. We have to keep trying. We have to have that can-do attitude, and this is going to be a hard job, but we have to keep trying, looking at it from different angles until we find solutions that will move the ball forward. So just to sum up, we support the motion, and we hope it goes all the way.
Thank you very much. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hodgson. What sort of challenges do you foresee that the municipality may face with respect to those?
Sorry?
What sort of what sort of challenges do you foresee that the municipality may face with respect to those more stringent performance standards for buildings?
As I understand it, the authority is the building code, and that the city doesn't have authority over the building code. It's a provincial aspect, and so to make progress, you'll probably have to work with the province.
Can we count on your help in Champlain Park in talking to the province about that?
Sure.
I thought you might say that.
I'll be happy to try.
Thanks, Charles.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hodgson. Next speaker then is Dave McNichol, and he will be followed by Don Grant. I'm about to say good morning, but good afternoon, Mr. McNichol. Please, you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chair Chernyshenko, and through you to the committee members. I did send in a submission yesterday, and so I thought I'd just read the top page. There are 36 points to my sort of, whatever you want to call, response motion, and it's too complicated to get into here. So I'll just read the cover letter. I don't support item 7 on climate change currently before this committee. In my view, if item 7 were to be accepted, neither iterative science-based goals nor accountable government-led process would be improved. My albeit rather circuitous rationale is laid out in my draft response motion, which attempts to respond to many of the points in the original draft motion. It should be noted that I wish to sanction the continuation of biodiversity on Earth, and now have a 30-year history of trying to do so and failing before this corporation. So in plain language, I'm kind of a global person. I'm interested in water, oxygen, biodiversity, energy, and these are flow matters that flow through Ottawa. Ottawa's part of it, but it flows through Ottawa. Nevertheless, I do accept the fact that this matter has been brought to committee. It has allowed me to focus once again on this critical and challenging matter, albeit following my previously unacknowledged letter of the 16th of February to members of Ottawa City Council. That letter was with regards to planetary boundaries and the Swedish university, whereby they posit that we have to be much more expansive in our approach to climate change in order to move towards sustainability. So in plain language, very complicated. I don't envy you your job, but I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions, Mr. McNichol? No. Seeing none, thank you for coming today. And next on the list then was Don Grant, who will be followed by Graham Saul. Please go ahead. Try that again.
Good morning. This reminds me when we were working on the sustainability plan in Iqaluit, because the weather's the same. Crazy snow outside and all that stuff. Anyways, I'll keep it brief. We were speaking in favor of the motion, and the reason is that what we found is we need all the tools we can to convince, in particular businesses, but also organizations and residents, to continue to move incrementally forward on this file. So I've got my numbers here. And in the downtown core, we figure we've got about just 23.5 million square feet of office space, just over 2 million of hotel space, 4 million residential, large residential, and then a variety of other uses, and it comes up to just over 32 million square feet of existing space. As I think all of you know, we've got a pretty impressive network of members now. We have almost 50 organizations that support us and come to regular meetings. We've got 6 of the top landlords. The issue isn't those guys, it's everybody else. And whenever we've done work, we've had a very difficult time reaching some of the landlords who own some of the buildings who arguably are the ones we need to focus in on the most. I'm looking forward to the mandatory disclosure of energy benchmarking that's coming out from the province of Ontario, so that I can go to them and say, look, we now know how much energy your building uses. It's 2 times, it's 3 times, what these other buildings do, and that's one more tool in the toolbox. So the reason I've come to speak in favor, not just to say that I'm in favor, is that this is one of those tools. Demonstrating that the municipality is in line with this kind of thinking, especially with the top target, is important. And I know that this is 34 years from now, is 2050, but I think these things put in place drivers to allow us to push for all kinds of things. And so I'm thinking right now about buildings, but it helps us out when we're promoting cycling, it helps us out in all the things that we do. So it's just wanted to say that for the work that we're trying to do, this is a very important tool, and I would encourage you to vote in favor of it.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? No. Seeing none then, next up, thanks. Graham Saul. Thank you, Don. And Mr. Saul will be followed by William Nuttall.
Good morning, afternoon. I'm also speaking in favor of the motion. The Prime Minister did an interesting thing recently, brought together all the ministers from, the premiers from across the country, and he had a briefing on the science of climate change. And one of the things that clearly came out there was that we're essentially moving towards a net zero emissions world, right? So the problem conceptually is actually quite easy. What we're trying to do is we're trying to phase off fossil fuels and ramp up renewable energy, energy efficiency, and energy conservation. In terms of solving the climate challenge, it's basically as simple as that. Now, obviously, that's a big challenge, but conceptually, what direction we need to move in, it's about as straightforward as that. And this motion takes us in that direction. The renewable energy strategy also moves us in that direction. And when we ask the question, what role do cities have in fighting climate change? Well, cities have a tremendous role in fighting climate change. Cities have a direct or indirect impact on at least half of our greenhouse gas emissions. If all of North America had per capita greenhouse gas emissions similar to Manhattan, we would reduce our emissions by 70-80% literally overnight. And that's essentially a question of urban design. Now, I know not everyone wants to live in Manhattan, but it's quite clear that the impact of urban design on greenhouse gas emissions is profound. And I do think that there is a real opportunity right here. The mayor, during his State of the City address, clearly said that in some sense the stars have aligned right now. And we have right now a moment where we have a municipality, a province, and a federal government that are all saying we want to find ways to make progress on this issue. So your support for this motion, your support for a strong renewable energy strategy, your support for following through on the commitments made in the climate change plan moves us in alignment with that broader direction and positions the city to take advantage of the support that we can be receiving from the provincial and federal government. And I think Minister McKenna's note of support for this motion and for the city's action on this issue is indicative of the fact that the federal government, as well as the province, is looking for partners. And we've seen cities and real leadership emerging in places like Vancouver and Montreal, and cities that want to show leadership on this issue, and it's great to see the city of Ottawa positioning itself in that way. This is potentially a real win-win opportunity. I think the city on buildings and home energy retrofits has really been struggling. Over the past, I don't remember a time when it wasn't struggling to figure out a role in that. I'm disappointed that the recommendation is just to continue studying this issue. It's good to see that more thought will be going into this question. I believe that to some degree or another we've been having a hard time on this. I don't think it's up to the province. I think the law clearly shows that we can move ahead if we want to, and challenge the province to catch up, and there are specific things. I also want to just finally say that the renewable energy strategy is important is an important thing you're embarking on. It fills a hole in the current climate plan. The current climate plan is essentially a smorgasbord of all the things, for the most part, that was already being done. But it's good. It moves us in the right direction. And right now we have an opportunity to fill that hole with a strong renewable energy strategy, and I hope it will be properly resourced when it comes out the other side, because it's going to need to be. And I also think within the context of the infrastructure funding, the federal government has made it clear that there should be opportunities out there as well for the city to position itself if it wants to think creatively about how, for instance, to accelerate investments in the cycling and pedestrian infrastructure plan within the context of the federal infrastructure funding, if it wants to move those issues up. So we're essentially talking about two things, right? We're talking about the built environment, and we're talking about how people move around. And the city plays a fundamental role in that, and this motion and the renewable energy strategy is an important step in that direction, and College of Ottawa and our supporters want to thank you for your leadership.
Thank you very much. Councillor Leeper, questions?
Thanks, Graham. I have significant sympathy for the notion of trying to move us past the Ontario Building Code with respect to energy efficiency, but we are told in planning report after planning report that the city does not have the authority to go beyond the building code. We see in dense developments that are proposed for the city that residents write almost every single time, let's make it a green building. Let's make sure that it has a green roof. And time again, staff come back to say that's not within the orbit of the city. Take me through that. How do you think the city should be pushing back at the constraints that are placed on us by the statute?
So my understanding, and I'm not a lawyer, but I've listened to a number of presentations on this issue, my understanding is that the jurisprudence is essentially cities are perfectly allowed to move beyond minimum standards. And we've seen, for instance, on pesticides where that was the case. And the people came back and challenged them and said, you're not allowed to. They took it to court, and the court said, no, you're not allowed to. You are allowed to push these envelopes. So maybe we can arrange a briefing with some of the people that have been advising us on what actually the courts have said about whether or not cities are allowed to move beyond minimum thresholds when it comes to environmental issues, because there are overarching concerns that supersede the regulatory structure in some sense. I also think that there are specific things the city could be doing that it hasn't been doing in terms of embracing to some degree some kind, we heard earlier on that the city right now doesn't have a program for helping homeowners retrofit their homes. So that's been something that we've been talking about for 7 or 8 years. That's not because the province is preventing us from doing that, because we've heard that there are other municipalities that have done just that. So I don't have any question whatsoever that if the city wanted to, there's substantially more that it could be doing to help save money, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and put us on a better course in terms of building design.
Thanks. I'm looking forward to continuing this discussion with staff following the public delegations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Several councillors have questions. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Saul, for your presentation. Are there any elements of the motion that you would recommend that can be strengthened or improved? I think you alluded to something. Is there anything that you would like the committee to focus on here before we debate it?
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, what we're ultimately trying to do is get off fossil fuels. And cities that have put together the most groundbreaking visions for moving us in that direction have put forward 100% renewable vision. And I don't see why we're not trying to do the same. I mean, we're not talking about doing this over the course of just a few years, right? We're talking about doing this over the course of a few decades. And we're also talking about orientating the public to what the actual problem is. And too often within the climate change debate, we get dragged down into questions about X% over 1990 levels by 2020, or 1.5 degrees of global warming, or 350, 400 parts per million, which is basically grounded in atmospheric science that the average person and the general public doesn't understand. What the public understands is that what we have to do in order to solve climate change is gradually phase out our dependence on oil, coal, and gas, and ramp up renewable energy, energy efficiency, and energy conservation. 100% renewable vision and 100% renewable strategy would help orientate that. It would also save resources from the perspective of public engagement, because it would have the clarity that's necessary. I also hope that the local improvement charge is, and that can be revisited. I'd obviously like to see something there. And I feel that on the transportation front, while a substantial amount, perhaps a historic amount of resources are being put in public transit, and we're obviously very supportive of that, and the Complete Streets policy and implementation plan in many ways moves Ottawa to the forefront of the Complete Streets movement, a very significant percentage of City Council promised to support a more rapid implementation of the pedestrian and cycling infrastructure plan prior to the last election, and we haven't seen a strategy for how to make that happen. But with the federal infrastructure funding, maybe now there's an opportunity to do just that. Because, you know, pedestrian and cycling infrastructure, geographically distributed, shovel-ready, lots of ribbons to be cut, has an immediate community impact, and moves us in the right direction. It's perfect.
Did someone say ribbons to be cut? Yeah. All right. Plays into that cliche, doesn't it? Councillor McKinney, some for you too.
Thank you, Chair. I am quite encouraged by the conversation overall here today, and also as you pointed out, we do have opportunities with infrastructure funding that's coming up. So it's easy to sit here and make copious notes on what we can do and how we can move forward. But you did bring up, and I just want to pick up on what my colleague Councillor Lipa was talking about around building design. And, because the greatest impact that we can have for moving forward, for, reducing energy costs is really in our urban design. We recognize that, transit-oriented development is good for many reasons, with an asterisk there around affordable housing, but that's for another day. But as we build up, we provide benefit to the developer. So we are providing, for that footprint. I mean, not everyone in the downtown can live on the ground floor. We have to build up. I recognize that, and I'm actually a proponent of that. But as we build up, we have to do it smart. We have to build communities for families. But at the same time, as we're providing that benefit to developers, I think that we should, I agree with you very strongly, that we should be extracting something for that, and outside of the community benefits such as parks and things that absolutely have to be provided for any community. And that is, a higher LEED standard. And I just wonder if you know of any municipalities today that have a policy for upzoning tied to a greater LEED standard.
To be honest, I don't. I'm pretty sure that Vancouver has been looking pretty hard at these issues. One of the things that always confuses me about this debate is who's allowed to do what because of different kinds of like Toronto City Act or Vancouver City Act. And as I've said, my understanding is that cities are in fact invited to go further. But I do not currently have a list of cities. I'd be perfectly happy to follow up with you in terms of I think Vancouver, within the context of its 100% renewable strategy. I thought Toronto was doing that in terms of some of its downtown, but I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, I would like to follow up on that, because it is certainly something that I think that as we move forward, we really do have to look at as a council to make sure that as we're allowing developers that added height and added density, that we also are able to enforce a higher LEED standard and just a higher all-round standard around whether it's community amenities, building for families, and also building much more energy efficient buildings.
This was, of course, a promise that Mayor Watson made during his first election to move forward the green buildings agenda. And what my understanding is, one of the things they found was they wanted to fast track the green buildings that we're going to build to a higher standard, and then they found that there were legal requirements for how fast things needed to move through. But I can't help but feel that the reason we're not making progress on this is because we're not demanding we make progress on this. I can't help but feel that it's not that there isn't a city out there that has figured out a way to encourage its developers to build to higher standards or to support homeowners in improving their energy efficiency.
Thank you. Got Councillor Eglai and then me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Green, you've talked a couple times about the retrofit situation and how the city's been struggling with that. I'm wondering if, with councillors and staff in the room, can you give us some sense of who you think does it right? What city in Ottawa, since we're looking at it, we're going to study it some more, can you point us, in your opinion, as to what city does it the best? What are the best practices out there? What should we be looking at as we go forward with this?
So I think it's a legitimate concern to say that there is not necessarily as much evidence that this has been successful in other municipalities as we would have liked. At the same stage, it's also fair to say there are municipalities that are trying, and then there are municipalities that are not. And there are municipalities that are falling back on sort of a knee-jerk financial analysis that says we don't want to get involved in this kind of activity. And then there are municipalities that are actually trying to experiment with strategic pilot projects and figure out how to get the job done. And right now, unfortunately, Ottawa is in the former and not the latter category. And we really need to be at the point where we're prepared to experiment, because we know that we're not responding to this, and we know it's a concern, and we know voters like it and homeowners like it. It's also important to keep in mind that the vast majority of the buildings that will exist in 2050 have already been built, right? So without a strategy for dealing with the existing building stock, there's no amount of demands we can make on new buildings that actually responds to the scale of the challenge unless we're dealing with the existing build. My understanding is that Halifax is a pretty good example of a project that's worked. It looked at a specific technology. It didn't try to do everything. It didn't blow open everything at once. It said, we're going to help people get solar thermal hot water heaters on their roof. And solar thermal hot water heating is the most effective kind of solar power, because all you basically have to do is heat water. You don't have to translate it into electricity. And they put together a targeted program that involved investments in public outreach that was focused at a specific technology, and a technology that worked and had proven returns. And so my understanding is Halifax is a good example if you're looking for something. And maybe that's what we should be doing. Maybe we should be picking a technology or two and saying we're going to try to make progress on this, rather than sort of throw open the whole tax code for any kind of retrofit that someone may be making, irrespective of whether or not they have an interest in improving energy efficiency.
Thank you very much. Councillor Lieber.
So if I understand the Toronto Tier 2 green standard, there's a Tier 1 that can do some things through site plan in addressing the impact of the building with respect to its environmental footprint. But the Tier 2 is where it starts to get really interesting, because now we're starting to exceed some of the performance standards for energy efficiency. That's accomplished in Toronto. I believe they asked in 2008 for the permission to exceed those standards as a regulatory requirement in Toronto. I don't think the province gave them that, but the Tier 2 requirements work on the basis of incentives. So brakes on development charges. Would you see much of an appetite in Ottawa for granting financial incentives to building owners? In the current economic climate, where we're limiting our tax increases to 2%, I think that might be challenging. But is there an argument to be made that the taxpayer should be footing some of the bill in order to provide incentives to building owners to increase the performance standards of their buildings?
Yeah, I mean, there's a dimension of energy efficiency and the economics of it that I've never fully understood why we don't, as a society, embrace. We can do an analysis and demonstrate without a shadow of a doubt that certain kinds of energy efficiency investments will pay themselves back in a relatively short amount of time, and everything beyond then will just be pure profit. But because of the way we've structured our economics and because of the way we've structured our politics, we haven't been able to bring ourselves to make those kinds of investments. So I can say to you, you know, if an investment of $1,000 here is going to pay off $4,000 over the next 15 years, but what you're going to be seeing, not you personally, but what some people will see is that investment of $1,000 rather than the savings of $3,000 or $4,000. So at the same time, we're pouring massive amounts of investments into the fossil fuel sector, right? Whether it's urban design or direct and indirect financial investments to exploration and development. So do I have a problem with making an investment? Do I have a problem with my government making an investment that's going to save my city a lot of money over time? No, I don't. And I think that we can find ways to create it. And, you know, like, going back to Toronto did a long time ago, they set up the Toronto Atmospheric Fund. They tried to create a revolving credit schemes to support people to make those kinds of investments. You know, revolving credit that isn't so radically different than the local improvement charges we're talking about right now. And it's worked, right? It's been helpful in the downtown area. So I think if we're going to make this transition, we're going to have to do two things. We're going to have to say we're prepared to invest in this transition. I mean, we invest in our children and their education. We invest in our health. We invest in our green space. Let's invest in this energy transition, and let's acknowledge that in the long term, we save money from doing this. This isn't a cost. This is a massive potential savings. And if we can have that conversation honestly, I don't see any reason why the public sector shouldn't be investing in those kinds of solutions.
That's well said. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kakish.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. You talked a bit about our biggest investment in infrastructure in the light rail system, as well as you know, opportunities for green infrastructure in the future with the new government. And you know, even in the private sector, we see quite a bit of progress, whether it's in the green fleets or the electric vehicles, as well as developers local here. A lot of them are providing more and more energy efficient homes, LEED certification, and all that good environmental stuff. And I'm just wondering, though, how do you, as one of the biggest, because I still see a personal lifestyle, if you will, choice here too, and so how do you, as one of the biggest grassroots, if not the biggest grassroots environmental group in Ottawa, reach out to people who don't necessarily adhere to your philosophy?
Well, we knock on doors of people whose opinions we don't already know. We basically is how we reach out. We've knocked on 70,000, 80,000 doors in Orleans in the past 3 years. I think part of the problem with the environmental sector is that it tends to basically talk to people whose opinions they already know, and talk to the converted and not find ways to reach out beyond that. But that's a big challenge, right? So we're a little organization of a few staff people with 60,000 supporters across the city, but we make a priority of getting outside of our comfort zone in terms of we don't just want to be a downtown organization. We don't just want to be an organization that has people proactively subscribing. We're going to go and we're going to knock on doors and talk to people and find our friends and try to organize them. But we've been at it for a long time, and we're still, you know, covering a relatively small portion of the city if you think about it in its in terms of the depth we've managed to get into in the downtown core or in Orleans. And there's a reason why, you know, we look to bodies like this for help, because, you know, what is it, Barney Frank said, government's another word for things we choose to do together. Okay? So let's do this together. You guys have communications capacity that we just don't have. And I think all too often what happens at City Hall is a policy gets adopted, but the resources aren't put in place in order to actually provide the staff capacity and the communications capacity to play that role, right? When we think of smoking and helping our children reduce their smoking consumption, we think about it as a communications exercise. We think about it as something the city or the province or the health health officials are going to do to reach out and engage people on those issues. And I think we should think about this in a similar way, and that can be a big part of what the renewable energy strategy. So I think Ecology Ottawa is committed to doing everything we can with the resources we have to reach out to people and organize and talk to and engage people and get them involved in increasingly meaningful ways who aren't already on board. And I'm glad to see that the city, through its renewable energy strategy in this motion, seems to be moving in that direction as well.
Okay. Thanks for that, and and that's exactly my point, is that, governments are doing, or at least we're trying to do, what, heading in that direction, but at the end of the day, there's a lot of personal decisions and personal choices that we can't tell people what to do, and so I think that's another piece of the puzzle that I know you work on. I just think it's a critical point too. It's not all about what can the City of Ottawa do. I think there's a lot of other factors that need to be taken into consideration.
I fully agree with that. I also think that there's never been anything of any meaningful consequence worth doing where there wasn't, at least initially, a substantial section of the population that wasn't entirely comfortable with that kind of change. And yet we continue to make progress on all kinds of important social and environmental justice issues, and sometimes politicians and activists just have to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do, and the rest of the society will come along when they realize the sky doesn't fall and all of the sort of the economic scaremongering that often gets thrown around doesn't actually materialize, and the business sector just adapts and we move on.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any further questions for the delegation? Thank you very much, Mr. Saul. Very interesting discussion here. William Nuttall is next. I think we have just 4 delegations remaining, so although we have reached the stomachs growling part of the early afternoon now, my intention, my hope is to push through and hopefully finish somewhere in the 1 o'clock area. So thank you, and well, we may have a debate for sure, absolutely. Yeah, we'll play by ear whether we need to stop after the delegations, depending on how long that takes. Thank you. Yeah. Please go ahead, Mr. Nuttall.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of members of the 350 Ottawa organization, which I'm the vice president. I'll keep my comments brief. We are in favor of this motion. I don't have much to add in addition to the comments in favor of the motion that have been offered by previous speakers, except to say that our organization is behind the goal of 100% renewable Ottawa, and we welcome this motion as a very valuable first step towards that goal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you very much, Mr. Nuttall. Next speaker is Joan Haysom. I should have given a bit of a heads up there. Joan Haysom, followed by Michael Muir, and then the final speaker would be Janice Ashworth. If you signed up or thought you signed up and I've missed you, do let us know here at the desk. Thank you.
Is it this one? Thank you, Mr. Chair and Council, for letting me speak today. I would say I speak on behalf of colleagues in the energy sector that are experts in looking at renewable energy, energy change, the value of energy, as well as I'm from the University of Ottawa, and so I believe I speak on behalf of the many students that are very keen to look at where our future is going. I thank so much all the many wonderful comments that were made by Graham Saul. I am very much in support of this motion for several key important reasons. One is it's talking about leadership right from the start, right from the mayor's office, saying we will make change happen because it's incumbent upon us to do so. It involves collaboration with stakeholders, having city staff, city councilors look at where they have levers to enable more things to happen by more people. As was said earlier in the meeting today, there's only about the corporation of the city can only change so much in terms of what energy usage it has and what greenhouse gas emissions it has. It has to figure out how to make the entire city and all of its citizens make change happen. So it's your chance to do that, to show leadership. And through that, some of that is literacy. Graham also mentioned this, that a lot of misunderstanding exists in terms of what is economic or not economic. And if you will, I will help speak to you on that matter Locally derived energy produces local resiliency and is economic for us today. And I speak on that wearing the hat of someone that's looked at technology, that has been looking at where it is today, looking at cost modeling, and the technology is not what's holding us back, and the economics are not what's holding us back. It's the willingness to do. So we need to figure out how these complex issues that involve many levels of government can interact together to produce new solutions. And that's hard. It's harder than developing technology in a lab. But it's what we all have to do. We have to figure out what are the existing rules and barriers, how can we reduce those barriers, how can we educate people about new ways, new approaches of valuing energy and electricity, and moving forward. Because there are many, many reports that are already in existence today that show. In fact, there's this report, which is a City of Ottawa subsidized report. This one is Framing Our Future, the specifics on energy and emission. And it talks about if best practices are implemented, there are savings of $2.5 million per year to the capital city, the capital region. So the economics are there. And I really support this motion, and I hope that everyone else on council will support this and will look at ways that they can improve planning, improve city staffing support behind making these things a reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Haysom. Are there any questions? No. Seeing none, we move on to Michael Murr, followed by Janice Ashworth.
Good afternoon, please. Thank you very much, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here to speak. I'm here really to say simply that EnviroCentre is in strong support of the motion. As you heard earlier today, the FCM estimates that 45% of total GHG emissions are within the purview of city governments, and it is for that reason why it's absolutely critical that the City of Ottawa, as the nation's capital, as a member of the G8, take that strong and decisive climate leadership and climate protection. I think importantly, it sends a very strong signal to the local community that City Hall takes the issue of climate protection extremely serious. I like the aspects of the motion, so I won't speak to those specifically, other than to say that the reference to city collaboration with key stakeholders and community partners, I think, is very critical, and it is very important to see. I think as the city works to develop its renewable energy strategy, if I think of the environmental organizations and community organizations, many of which that are here in the room, they have incredible expertise, capacity, can-do attitude and spirit that organizations that want to work with the city as it develops these strategies. I'd like to briefly highlight three things that EnviroCentre is doing to do its part in terms of reducing community GHGs. It was mentioned earlier this morning, Carbon 613. So we're very excited about a new Made in Ottawa program that helps businesses and organizations set and reduce their GHG emissions. So we help businesses to reduce their carbon impact, track the results, and most importantly, celebrate the success that businesses achieve along the way. We're very excited to be working with a number of new Carbon 613 members, like the Canadian Museum of Nature, Arborist Consulting, Your Credit Union, and the Ottawa Carleton District School Board, all of whom are members of Carbon 613, to really help them establish their GHG baselines and to identify those things that they can do to reduce their own corporate GHG emissions. Secondly, EnviroCentre, as many of you know, conducts hundreds of home energy audits and retrofits each year throughout Ottawa, and we see invariably that work increases the energy efficiency of the home. It means that the home uses less energy, it has lower energy bills, and ultimately it's going to produce fewer greenhouse gas emissions. And third, in the transportation space, and recognizing that transportation is also a major contributor to greenhouse gas emissions, we continue to support more sustainable modes of travel. So by offering workshop tools and incentives to residents and community members, really that helps organizations and individuals get out of their own personal automobile a bit more and encourage them to use some of the more active and sustainable modes of transportation, whether that's biking, walking, cycling, carpooling, car sharing. And we're pleased to work again this year with the City of Ottawa in terms of Bike to Work month that's held annually in the spring. So in closing, I think in my travels in the environmental space and energy efficiency, I would say that clearly there is no one silver bullet. There is no one solution. And that the motion before you really allows the city to show continued leadership, to build on the work that it's doing through the Air Quality and Climate Change Plan, the emerging renewable energy strategy, and to really send a strong signal to the community that this issue is important and it needs to be addressed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Any questions for the delegation? Seeing none then, thank you. Janice Ashworth will be our final speaker. Press your button. When it goes red, it's live. There we are.
Thank you. Thank you to the Chair and to the committee for hearing all these delegations out. I appreciate that very much. I'm here to speak on behalf of this motion, in support of the motion on behalf of the Ottawa Renewable Energy Co-op. We have 500 members and thousands of supporters across the city who are looking to this council for leadership on these issues. I'd like to make the connection between the motion and the renewable energy strategy, and what I'll be speaking to is specifically the renewable energy implications of such a motion and the importance of moving that renewable energy strategy towards a 100% vision. I'll just skip through some of my comments. I've submitted these by email as well. I'll skip through some things that have already been said. We can look to a number of other cities who've already achieved the 100% renewable energy goal, as well as others who have committed to that vision. So those who have achieved it include Burlington, Vermont, as well as Georgetown, Texas, and a few cities that I can't pronounce the name of in Germany. They're in my report. There's also 21 other municipalities across North America who have committed to that as their target. And I would suggest that Ottawa jump on board with the goal. Those other North American cities have target years of 2020 to 2050. So 2050 is not at all on the lower end of the spectrum. There's much more aggressive municipalities out there. Here in Ontario, we have the example of Oxford County in southern Ontario that has set that goal for 2050. Vancouver, being the largest city in Canada, also with that target. I'm here to state, as Joan has said, that the technology is not the challenge, that the financial viability of that is also not the challenge. The business cases are already in the black for many of those technologies that are needed. What we need to do is open up the policies and clear out some of the red tape to enable those investors to see Ottawa as a viable, open for business market, as well as to be able to set up shop here and work with the city in their leadership. So my ask is to the folks of this council or this committee first, and then the council more broadly, is that as leaders in our community, you understand your responsibility to be leaders also in terms of the vision for this trajectory that we need to move, the transition we need to embark upon, which is to get off of oil, coal, and gas. It's your responsibility as our leaders to share with the public the direction that we need to be headed, to help the public understand that addiction is something that we need to get away from, and also to understand that it's an opportunity. That will also send the message to corporations and to investors that Ottawa is open for business and is a place for investment, where we can shift not just our corporate investments, but also our personal investments, as our co-op has demonstrated with investing $5 million into renewable energy assets in this city. That allows people to invest in local jobs, local job creation, as well as moving their investments into away from Wall Street and Bay Street and into something that makes money for our community. So I'll leave it at that. My comments have also been submitted via email, so you can take a look at the full application, the full submission, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for the delegation? Councillor Moffat.
You mentioned Burlington, Vermont as a city that's achieved 100% renewable. Its population is about 42,000. Are there any comparables to Ottawa in your report that you've managed to find?
Yeah, the ones I mentioned were Georgetown, Texas, as well as...
But no, you don't have to say names. I'm just curious if there's any comparable in size.
Yeah, the German municipality is likely the largest for comparability.
Okay, thanks.
And that would be municipalities that have already achieved that goal, whereas the 21 others in North America that I mentioned have committed to that as a target.
Thank you then. Seeing no other questions, thank you very much. That brings to a close the delegations. Thank you all for presenting. You are, of course, welcome to stay for the discussion. I have no control over, or no sense at the moment of how long that will go, but I'll try and do a quick straw poll. It is 1:45. All who would prefer us to push through, please give me some indication there, as opposed to taking a break now, a half hour, and coming back for any debate and finishing up the meeting. One for break? Okay, I'll make that easier. Who would prefer a break here? Do a 15-minute break? We can do. All right. Let's see if we can get some food in 15 minutes. All right. We will adjourn at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Sorry. We will reconvene at 1 o'clock. Recess this. I need to formally say we are now recessing, returning at 1 o'clock. Good afternoon again. It's 1-ish. If we could reconvene in about 1 minute, please. Thanks. All right. Bon après-midi. I'd like to invite everyone to take their seats, please. We've got quorum by one to spare. At this point, we have an opportunity to ask questions of staff and to debate this motion. If I could take a speakers list for anyone who would like to ask questions to start with, please. Is that a yes? Okay. Did you want to? Yeah. Okay. All right, we'll start with Councillor Brockington then, and anyone else please indicate if you've got questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I first just wanted to look at the first clause of the motion that's before us and talk about an actual target, because as one delegate talked about, it's just a number. And I'd really like to wrap my head around the feasibility, or at least the reasonableness of such a target. It's a number. It's not 70%. It's not 100%. It's 80%. And so I want to make sure that whatever target is set by council is achievable. I don't know if we're lowballing the number. I don't know if it's just a dream. So I'd like staff to comment on this target. It's 35 years away, and whether it's more appropriate to amend that percentage to something higher or lower, and whether or not it's appropriate to amend the date sometime sooner, or whether it's not achievable at 2050. So I'm looking for a staff comment more than a question, Mr. Chair, because I want to set the table before we start debating this about whether or not what's before us is achievable.
If I might just interject at this point as the mover of the motion to just remind everyone that the date and the target were picked to align with the provincial one, which we in some ways are likely going to be called upon to support. So that was the genesis of that. I will leave it then to staff to comment on the feasibility and their views, etc.
So I'll start with the end date, 2015. So picking up what the chair just said, it is to align. Secondly, it is an aspirational goal, and aspirational targets tend to be, into the future. They're not short-term objectives. And they also acknowledge that there's a degree of uncertainty in what the future holds for us, both in terms of regulations and technology. Now, I think it's fair to say that what we've seen just even in the past 20 years has been a fantastic change in the technology that all of us even have sitting in front of us here today, which we take for granted. And so it would be presumptuous to assume that such similar type changes aren't going to happen again in the next generation. So we are confident that industry is on this and is moving us in that direction, and that 80% by 2050 is achievable.
Okay, thank you. Now, if this passes, I'm just looking at Part B of the second clause here. It talks about preparing an implementation plan. Are those the next steps? Like, if this motion passes, is that implementation plan sort of the roadmap about how we get there, how we get to this achievable target by 2050, or will something else be created that really in specifics lays out the plan about what specifically we're going to do to get there?
So the renewable energy strategy, I think of as something that the community is going to design with us. They are the ones in control of how they use energy to the degree that they pursue energy efficiency and renewable energies. What part of that work looks at, though, is the research needed and the funding required to help enable them make those decisions. And so as part of that, they will help us scope out what they are looking to the city for in way of, for example, clearing the paths and, the barriers, as some of the speakers have identified, to enable the city to move towards renewable energies. So as I sit here today, I can't tell you specifically what the community is going to conclude with respect to the plan, but I'm quite certain they will identify what they need from us to help them move towards renewable energy.
Okay, I don't want to debate, but this ties into my original comment about if we're setting a goal or a target, we must have at the back of our mind a way how we're going to get there. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to achieve that target. So we can hammer out, once this gets passed, a plan about how we're going to get there, but maybe the plan takes us just a couple strides down the path, and there's just no way to get to that percentage. We may not, probably no one will be here 35 years from now on council to be held accountable to the decision we're going to make now. Maybe you, Catherine? Well, let's hope so. But anyway, no. There are islands in the Pacific about to be overwhelmed, and they don't have that time, and yet decisions like this need to be met sooner rather than later. So I'll hold that for debate. But I just want to make sure that there's a plan in place once this gets passed, whether it's community stakeholders, staff, the chair of this committee, whomever, that can develop something within a quarter or two, come back to this committee and say, all right, here's how we're going to get there. And that's a part of a conversation the entire committee can be involved in. But really, there must be a legitimate process, a legitimate plan. Otherwise, it's just a number in the air. And I'm supportive, but I just want to make sure we've got the teeth behind it to get us there as well. I'm just looking to see questions for staff. I've got more comments here to make while we get into debate, Mr. Chair, but I'll just yield the floor to another member.
Thank you. Then I have Councillor Lever on the list.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My questions are for Mr. Mitzi on planning. We've talked a lot about the city's authority to ask developers to build developments, build buildings that push the envelope of sustainability. I don't have a good sense of what constraints we're working under with that respect. I don't want to point to a particular development, but let's say there was a large shopping center that was about to undergo a renovation or a redevelopment here in Ottawa. The calls come in. Let's make sure that we don't approve that building unless it is powered entirely by renewable sources. Let's make sure that it has green roofs. Let's make sure that it achieves the highest level of LEED certification. Don't approve it otherwise. To do so, to otherwise do so is just to keep us down this path of same old, same old. What are the constraints under which we're working with respect to mandating or refusing even developments that don't meet the highest levels of sustainability? And what is the City of Ottawa doing currently to push at the envelope of those statutory limitations? Who are we talking to about getting the necessary authorities?
Mr. Chair, obviously when we are dealing with a rezoning or an official plan amendment, we have significantly more negotiation leverage than we would with an as-of-right building that goes through site plan control or goes straight to building permit. As has been discussed earlier today, the city cannot force someone seeking a building permit to build more than than is required, and when I mean more, let's use for today's discussion in something that's energy efficient, for example, more than what the building code permits. It cannot do that. It can encourage, it could provide incentives like the one you discussed earlier, but it can't force a building to be more energy efficient or built beyond the minimum standards of the building code. I can tell you that the province periodically updates its building code. In the last 25 years, certainly through my career, updates to the building code have been very much focused on safety. Improved fire ratings, separation distances, the sort of wants that make a building safer with each kind of unfortunate incidents that's happened in the last 25 years. I can say that the province is going through a review process now with an expectation that another revised Ontario Building Code will come out in 2017, late 2017. And certainly what I've learned is that the input they're seeking from municipalities certainly indicates that green initiatives or enhanced efficiency will be a bigger part of this next round of building code changes. I'm not sure I've answered your full question.
Maybe with a little bit more precision, when you say we cannot ask for more than the Ontario Building Code, what specifically are those statutory constraints on us? And perhaps it would be best to chat with Tim Mark a little later on, but I am really interested in the mechanisms. Once we understand those mechanisms, then we can begin to push for change to those.
Well, at the building permit stage, the Act totally governs what can and can't be built. I should add, though, that the current Ontario Building Code has actually gone very far to result in buildings today that are more efficient than they ever have been. Applicants and developers today, it's a huge incentive for them to build buildings or plans of subdivision with housing that's more efficient now than it's ever been. There is no building built now that doesn't have high efficiency furnaces, the best glass that's available, cooler roofs where possible, orientation of the units to maximize the number per hectare. That whole regime of how you build, whether it's suburbs or high-rises, has all moved on the spectrum towards greater efficiency. It's in the interest of the builder or developer to do so as much as it is for the purchaser. So it's been moving that way naturally. When we get a rezoning application in, we always look for how can we achieve the city's official plan objectives for greening the city. And every plan of subdivision now goes through, is the road layout more grid-like? Are our lots efficiently laid out? What's the pedestrian activity going to be like? What's the tree canopy cover that we're planting there? We look at all those things through a plan of subdivision or rezoning exercise. It's part of our daily work plan.
There are elements of building sustainable buildings at the highest level of LEED certification that are not necessarily going to be in the building code anytime soon. Capture of gray water, green roofs, things like that. Are we talking to the province about how to give us the authority necessary to mandate those, especially in the large redevelopments? I mean, some of the developments that have been proposed for Kitchissippi Ward are going to be around for 50 years. They're going to bring in, 5,000 new residents. We need to get those built right now, but it doesn't appear that we have the authority, and I'm wondering, how can we get those authorities?
Mr. Chair, we put in place a year or so ago a green checklist as part of the site plan application process, purposely to monitor or see what actually is being done in terms of LEED or other energy efficiency efforts with new applicants. Because while we can go down the path of incentives or encouragement through the rezoning process, our suspicion has been that they're all moving in that direction anyway, so we wanted to find out to what extent. So that's why we're seeking this information. I can tell you, when I attend the Urban Design Review panel, and that panel is looking at a new 27-story building in the downtown, I'm always amazed and gratified that they're always asking questions. Will this be LEED certified? What are its environmental features? Which way is it facing? Are the rooms going to be facing the sunnier side versus the shade side? The panel itself goes through that checklist of questions when we have buildings come before it. So I think once we get a big enough base through our green checklist, I think we'd be able to better tell you to what degree buildings are naturally coming in seeking a certain level of LEED or other efficiency standards.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Then I have Councillor McKenney.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to touch on a couple of things. I just sort of reiterating what I said earlier, I'm quite encouraged by all of the conversation here today. It's necessary and very timely in terms of what other levels of government are doing as well. I do certainly support the change in the committee name to climate, to include climate protection. I think at this point in the game, we're often talking about resiliency as much as climate change and what we can do to build a resilient community, because climate change is upon us. And I would, in terms of the targets that we have set in front of us, I would, rather fail trying than not being as aspirational as we can. Just on the implementation plan, though, as I listen to all of the conversation, it often occurs to me that the effects of climate change are more greatly felt by our low-income communities. As we build up, we talk about transit-oriented development. That means that the price of land around transit increases. It pushes those very people, those very families who need to be downtown, who need to be on the transit line, kind of away from that place to be able to live. The Alliance to End Homelessness, actually it was Raising the Roof, just put out a report that talked about families and children who are at much greater risk today than ever of being homeless. Our lower income families live in poorly insulated homes. They don't have access to food and that's sustainably sourced. Transit can be expensive for them, and it just means all together, they can't afford to live in areas where maybe they are able to walk to school, cycle to school, walk to work. Transportation is expensive, and so all of the impacts from our past decisions have had, I think, a greater effect on our lower-income communities and our low-income families and individuals in this city. So what I would like to see as we're building the implementation plan is if we could put a lens over that in terms of poverty reduction at the same time. What can we do as a city, as we're changing, as we're putting in place measures that are going to make us more sustainable, going to make this a healthier city to live in? I think it's incumbent upon us to look at that with a lens around poverty reduction and make sure that we're not leaving anybody behind. When we talk about the LICs, I see that as a great opportunity for somebody who is low income, who maybe can't afford to get a bank loan, pay it back in 5 years, to be able to do that through their long-term payback that's attached to savings. So I don't know if that's going to take an amendment or if we can ask that the implementation plan has that lens on it. I don't know if it's something you want to comment on, but it's certainly something I think that is that's incumbent upon us as a city to make sure that as we're moving in this direction, we're pulling along the very people that need it the most.
Thank you. And yes, since you asked me to comment, I suppose I have always felt that steps that we take for so-called environmental reasons have to be analyzed. I mean, the definition of sustainability, sustainable development is that three-legged stool, as some have called it, the economic, social, and environmental impacts and benefits. So certainly to me, it would be extremely helpful, I think essential, that any plan tackling climate change, moving towards full renewable energy society, does the full economics of that, so that we are looking at the cost of, the cost of our current modes of transportation and how that affects everybody in a community. So I suppose without having imagined it as having a sort of a full, poverty study, it risks becoming a study of everything, sort of a plan to deal with everything, but absolutely the social impacts and ideally benefits of these choices ought to be part of that.
Okay, I'll look forward to seeing how that is put into the into the implementation plan.
Seeing no other questions here, then, if we have questions as well, Councillor Moffat. Yeah.
Just a couple questions. One, first of all, in 2014 we approved the Air Quality Climate Change Management Plan with a target of 20% per capita by 2024. How are we doing? Do we have any metrics on how that's progressing?
So we report out annually on our corporate emissions, but to undertake community-wide reporting is onerous and costly, and we had agreed then that we would report out again in 2018.
Right, so the plan was every 5 years, right?
That's correct.
Right, perfect. So the other question I have is, in the report, it says there are no financial implications associated with this report. Can you explain how that's possible?
So to carry out the work, there is no financial implications. We have budget to complete the work. What the plan recommends may have financial implications, quite likely will. And that's at the prerogative and decision of Council to implement anything that arises for your consideration. And under the current model, every term of Council sets its priorities, and what I presented earlier under the AQCCMP represented Council's priorities for that program for this term. And so when we come back again with this plan, it will set out a range of activities which then you will consider either at a budgetary process or in the next term of Council.
Right, so if this report's approved, it will lead to another report that will have financial implications.
Quite likely.
Right, thanks.
All right, well, we're open to for debate then now. Would anyone like to speak to this item as we come to a close here? Councillor Moffat? Yeah, and I know Councillor Brockington did as well. Yeah.
I'll just speak really quickly just to say that I'm probably alone in this room in this regard, but I don't support this. The reality is we approved a plan in 2014. I think a lot of work went into it. I think our staff did a good job in coming forward with a plan that was achievable, that was reasonable, that set targets that the city could meet in the short term. Sure, it's not long term, but reality is we're more accountable to short-term planning. It's easy to set a target for 2050. None of us will be here to have to say that we never achieved it. I think it's important to set goals that we can actually strive to achieve, and you can exceed them. No one's saying you can't exceed goals. I set a target a few years ago to have 2 kids. I have 4 now. So there's no reason why you have to stop when you hit your target. You can keep going. So, I think like, personally, Catherine doesn't think it's the same thing. Come over to my house. Anyway, so, but it's important, I think, to stick to what the plan that we have. And I get that there's a desire around the world, across this country, to increase those targets and to aim higher. But setting a target that I think is unachievable is not something I feel I can support. So that's my piece on this. That's just the way I feel about this. I was happy to support the plan when it came forward in 2014. Like I said, a lot of work went into it. I was the vice chair of the committee at the time, And I think, personally, I'm more comfortable sticking with that plan as opposed to going to the next step. I do know that people at the time came forward and said this was a good start, you need to do more. Clearly, that's the effort here today from Councillor Taranchenko, is to do more, but I do still support that original target that we set in 2014.
Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge and thank you as the chair of this committee for your leadership and for bringing this motion to the committee for debate and discussion. I will admit, having sat on this committee now for over a year, I was getting somewhat itchy for motions of this nature that, we heard about on the campaign trail. We know how high this matter is embraced in many of our communities, and certainly municipal governments do have a concrete, progressive role to take here in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And so I wanted to thank you. I agree with the previous speaker that it's important to ensure that long-term goals are achievable and are reasonable. And that's why I believe when we set this long-term goal, there must be a plan in place that demonstrates how we're going to get there. Otherwise, we have no credibility because we've just established a target without a roadmap about how to get there. So I think those two components are very much the same, that you cannot have one without the other. And so I don't think there's anything wrong with setting a long-term goal, but you must have a clear plan how you're going to do it. And I can't stress that enough. When I think about what global threats exist now, of course terrorism comes to mind, the economy, war in certain countries. There's really nothing that touches upon the globe and the citizens of this planet more than the risks and the detriment of climate change, and how we must take action now, sooner rather than later, and we can't stall any further. And so, a father of 2 young kids myself, I certainly want my kids and grandkids to have an Earth that is quite inhabitable and not dangerous because of, significant climate matters. And we, just like every other level of government, need to take whatever action necessary to do this. And sort of what Catherine or Councillor McKenney said, it's better to err on the side of caution and do what we think is right now than wait and see before we get to that point where we can't do anything, where the die have been cast and it's too late. And so this is a significant issue that municipalities must play a role in. It's not easy because, as another speaker said, there isn't a silver bullet. I can't tell you exactly how we're going to do it, but we must do what we can with other levels of government to head in the right direction. So I do strongly support this motion. I'm not enamored with the name change, but this is going to mid-year governance review for that discussion and debate, so I'm not going to debate this now. Not that I'm against climate protection, but I just think we should kick around other types of suggestions that encompass what this committee does. But overall, this is definitely something that we need to do, and I look forward to working on this in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Leeper is next.
Thank you, Chair, and I'd like to echo my thanks to you as well for taking the leadership on this issue. There is no more important an issue on which any of us can work. We're talking about the health of the planet and the future of our kids. It is something that weighs on my mind when I watch the news, when I see what we're doing to our climate and the implications that that's going to have for my son. I heard a year and a half ago when I was knocking on doors the discomfort that was out there in the ward with respect to the target that we had set. It struck many of those who were paying attention to the issue that it did not have the necessary ambition. We had set ourselves up for success merely through conversion of the provincial energy sources and creation of the LRT would bring us most of the way to achieving the target that we had set for ourselves. I think we need to be more ambitious. We need to be more aspirational. And I don't know over the course of the next decades what decision points we're going to face as a municipality, as a city council. But I do know that in many of those decision points, it's going to have implications for our environment. And making the right choice is often going to be hard. And I think that we need to be held accountable for making the hard choices. When this target becomes City Council's target, it is the accountability to which will be held by the voters. And that will help us to make the hard choices when the temptation would be to do otherwise. I thank you for bringing this forward. I thank you for bringing it forward so quickly in this term of council. I'm looking forward to getting to work on the elements of it. I am looking forward to continuing the discussion about how we plan our cities and making sure that planning and our environmental folks are working hand in hand. And I'm looking forward to supporting this motion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I have no other speakers on the list. I plan to sum up. Councillor Kakish.
Just want to get clarification in terms of the legislative process of this. So are we going to see a sequence of reports that provide some more detail in terms of how we're going to reach that target or how we'll work for it down the road? Will there be a series of reports, or how does that work?
I'll look to our staff to see if they can offer. I would certainly see that there would be a sequence of reports. We are already reporting regularly on the 2024 target, and perhaps as a spoiler alert to my sum-up remarks, they are not mutually exclusive. We have 24 targets. We need to achieve those, or our first commitments for 2024. And this is about moving beyond that, then setting that as a baseline and moving forward beyond that. So if staff can add to that.
So yes, this is an iterative process. By setting this goal, you're de facto directing staff in its actions on the renewable strategy. As I mentioned previously, that's a document to be developed with the community, and any number of recommendations will come out of it. Either through the budgetary process or through term of council, you'll tell us which of those options you would like us to pursue, and we would probably then be coming back with more detailed proposals for your consideration on any specific initiative.
Okay. Because I obviously do support the intent of this motion, but I do share the concerns that Councillor Moffat and Councillor Brockington have brought forward in terms of being realistic about what we can and can't deliver. And you know, not to open up old wounds, but, you know, I remember the tonnage from the green bin or, you know, standards that we put in place or through the Ottawa Arts plans, and then we have all of those groups coming to us saying, you know, it was overly ambitious and perhaps we overpromised and under-delivered. So I'm cautious about that aspect of it. Obviously, I support very much the intent, and thank you for your leadership, Mr. Chair, on this. I think it's heading in the right direction. I just think we have to be realistic about what we do promise and what we can actually deliver. And, you know, in Part C, I also want to echo what Michael Mizzi was saying earlier about a lot of these things are driven by the private sector as well. We see a lot of the newer developments that provide energy-efficient homes that you would have never seen 10 or 15 years ago. So I think the private sector is playing a good role in that regard as well, without us imposing any kind of restrictions. We see that energy-efficient and LEED certified development happening right now. So I just want to point that out as well. And you see quite the difference, especially in a riding like mine where there's quite a bit of new development. You do see that leadership role from the private sector as well. So I just wanted to put that on the table too.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair, and just want to echo our colleagues to say thank you very much for bringing this forward. And although I think it's been well articulated that we all want to make sure that we see that implementation plan, I don't think it's at all a bad thing that we set an aspirational goal. And while we're all always concerned about, you know, where the rubber meets the road level of government, we're always concerned with making sure that we demonstrate that we've set a target, hit a target, and it becomes a nice reinforceable pattern. I'd rather risk being judged down the road
on perhaps setting an aspirational goal and trying to hit those targets, not worrying so much if we don't hit all of them. I would rather be judged in that regard than be looked at through the lens of history as the people who didn't try hard enough to move us to the place where I think we need to be. So I support this today and will at Council as well, and certainly thank you again for bringing this forward.
Seeing no other speakers then, I will attempt to sum up my thoughts and a lot of what we're hearing. I think it's really important that we do not see targets and practical, achievable as exclusive of each other. There is no question that no matter how ambitious and bold the target we set, we then have to have the plan to follow up and do it. And that is often what's been missing from any level of government. Set a bold target and hope it will take care of itself. It won't. It doesn't take care of itself. The hard work starts after that. It doesn't mean, though, that we have to have the plan before we set the target. In fact, we won't do the hard work of creating that plan if we haven't set the bold goal. The classic scenario of, or perhaps story of, J.F. Kennedy did not say, let's take some small steps towards reaching the moon. And he said, we want to put a man on the moon by this date. Now go figure out how to do it. Okay, that's a different story, a different time. But it's an illustration of you set yourself the bold goal, and that drives the steps to actually implement that. Remember, whether it's 80% or 90% or 70% or 2040 or 2045, ultimately, it's the science of the climate that should be driving this. We absolutely must keep global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius or less, or else, and I am not normally an alarmist and a hyperbolist, if that's a word, or else we are highly likely to see an unlivable planet in about 50 or 60 years when all of the greenhouse gases have begun to take effect. So it's based on that 1.5 degree target that we then extrapolate backwards in order to, well, if we were to do that, what would we need to have achieved by 2050, and work back from there. So I want to see the city have its timelines for what needs to be done by certain stages, but those need to be updated regularly. So we will have, we approved in 2014 the plan that we received a report on already. We approved work on our renewable energy strategy. We will need to see, set a target, create an action plan, report back, revise. That's a classic sort of planning technique used in the private sector and the public. So remember, every 4 years, if not earlier, revise. And that's really how I see this rolling out. So there has been that debate about, bold, hairy, audacious goals, I sometimes hear them called, and that certainly is what we have to reach for. It is the science telling us that, and I would be proud to be a councillor, chair of the Environment Committee, be part of adopting that kind of a target and doing the work, the first stage of the work to actually get us there. As I'd said at the outset, some of these are symbolic, and that's not a judgment of them. They are symbolic. They are meant to send a message out to the public. We care. We are acting. We have adopted a very audacious goal, because that's what we need to do, and that's because we're hearing that from so many of our voters and the people we represent, that they expect that sort of responsibility from council. So I thank you all for your support, for the delegations that came out today and saw us to this point. I'd like to recognize Councillor Nussbaum, who he and I had a number of conversations back around the time of Paris about what the city needed to do and how we might do this. And here we are today. Well, we haven't had the vote yet, so here we are today, having had the discussion. I will stop now and call for, well, is this item carried? Carried. Councillor Moffat, dissent. Thank you very much. That's the end of this item. We do have one final one, from what I recall, inquiries, notices of motion. Do we have any notices of motion? I did not think so. No, seeing none. Inquiries. Councillor Cloutier, you had an inquiry?
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Yes, the inquiry is on the shared drive, and basically it's to the for city operations, an update on the waste diversion and outreach activities. We do want to increase our multi-residential diversion rate, and the inquiry is there. Mr. Weir, you could have a look at it. But basically for staff to provide a description on the education and outreach activities that were carried out in 2015 to promote greater waste diversion in the multi-residential sectors. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And as you said, you've submitted that in writing already, I believe. So you've submitted that in writing already. I believe we have that. So, yeah, thank you. Okay. Do we have any other business? All right, then. A motion to adjourn? Motion to adjourn. Motion to adjourn. Thank you. Carried. The next meeting will be Tuesday, the 19th of April.